Hello. Welcome everyone to this live stream, which is day 4 and the final day of the preliminaries of the Champions Chess Tour Charity Cup. This is your host Sagar Shah, and I have with me Amruta Mokal. Hello Amruta. Today is a big day. How excited are you?
I'm very excited because right now it's going to be very critical what happens to our people, whether they are able to qualify or not, and we are going to be optimistic. Are you energetic?
Yeah, very
After
much so.
5 hours of commentary?
Yeah, that was COB, and now I'm fresh for this because we're going to witness some very good quality chess. And the games that we are going to look at are over here. By the way, first a look at the scorecard for everyone here. If you see the scorecard, Amruta, we have on the number 8 position Vidit and number 9 position Pragnananda.
Yeah.
And we have on number 13 Hari Krishna. So top 8 today will qualify. We have only 3 rounds remaining. So Vidit will be playing against Erik Hansen, Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen, while Pragnananda will be playing against Niemann, Van Foreest and Anton Gujrathi. So should we start looking at the games?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
So first, looking at Vidit's game, he's playing with the white pieces, opens with d4, knight f6, c4, e6. And he goes for the Nimzo. He allows the Nimzo Indian. And whenever Vidit wants to play solidly, he goes for Queen c2 systems. That is one of his favorite lines. But today he wants to play for a win. So f3 and d5 is one of the main moves here.
Oh, he played Samish. He actually plays Samish, no? Sometimes.
Yeah, he plays Samish
Okay.
a lot. He's actually played it against Vladimir Kramnik, beaten him with it, and he has had some very good games in it. So c5, d5, and now another line here which people should know. And guys, it's a gambit line. Can anyone tell me in the chat what is that? Just so that we know whether you all are here and chat chess moves working or not.
And we have a super chat by My White T-shirt. अरे फोटो तो तुम्हारा ही है अरे लेवन भाई आप यहाँ फिर उधर कौन खेल रहा है हिकारू भाई के साथ या एक्चुअली ये शर्ट के साथ लेवन के साथ फोटो लेना चाहिए तुम्हारा. Hello everyone in the chat. Hi Samarth. Hi Asim. Vidit. Asim says Vidit faces Eric Ding and Magnus gonna be tough. Yes.
For sure.
Every round is gonna be tough for sure.
And Vidit has to score 1 win and 2 draws, I think, at the very least, in order to qualify. Maybe more, but we will see. And in the chat chess moves, we have the right answer.
Aditya Narayan and Vishal Jadhav. नहीं कुणाल गुप्ता, अक्षय अग्रवाल, आर्यवीर सक्सेना, श्रीराम चक्रदेव, वैभव श्रेयस, ऋषि अग्रवाल, मृदुल राव, धनय दोषी, NSG Proam and Akshat Arora.
Yeah, so the move that we are looking at here is b5, and that is a very well-known gambit line in
हाँ,
this.
उसका क्या नाम है? B से है ना?
Blumenfeld, but it's not this one. This is a gambit line in the Nimzo Zemish, but Vidit took back and played d6, e4, and now this resembles the structure of a certain opening. I don't want you to tell me. I want the chat to tell me which opening is it.
अच्छा हुआ तुमने बोला I don't want you to tell me क्योंकि मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
I thought you would know it. By the way, all those who are asking Vidit versus Magnus, at what time it will be? It will be at 12:30 p.m. AM.
मेरे को लगा 14
Yes,
घंटा.
Benoni is right.
हाँ, Benoni.
All those who have said Benoni, well done, all of you. In Benoni, this is the structure.
वैभव, श्रेयस, धर्मिल, व्यास, यश, दयाल. राइट. आज सिर्फ टॉप 3 नाम पढ़ेंगे हर चीज का.
Castles, knight e2, rook e8. I already like white's position, Amruta, and Vidit has made a very good choice of opening because In this way, he will be able to fight for win. And Vidit has taken some bold decisions. Did you see?
Yeah,
Like
in this
yesterday-
tournament itself, right?
Yeah, yesterday he had to win against Wenjun and he played the Stonewall. Today, in a must-win situation against Eric Hansen, he goes for the Zamish system. Then the game went ahead with knight to g3, uh, rook, knight b d7, bishop e2, knight to e5. And guys, this knight is a very tricky creature because you can kick it away with f4, but the knight will go to g4. And there, okay, again, when you try to kick it away, like let's say, for example, you go f4, then knight comes here, then you try to kick it away. What happens is generally there are tactics in the air like this.
King
And
is
then-
in the center.
And then if you take here, check could come in.
Oh wait, क्यों blunder हो गई?
Because g3 is there, but you first take with rook here, and now if basically take here, then bishop c3, bc3, and bishop g4. So generally in Benoni structures, the only difference, Amruta, is that the bishop is on g7 here with g6, but here it is on b4, and f4 has to be prepared with great care. You can't just play it because the center often becomes saturated, and I mean you lose something. So castles is correct by Vidit. A6. Now he wants to play b5. So Vidit now is thinking over here, but I have a feeling that a4 is a very natural choice here. Also possible here is to prepare f4 with some ideas like h3 so that the knight can't jump here. You can also play a3 to ask the bishop whether you want to take here. So many different options in this position. We will see what Vidit comes up with.
Yeah, he played bishop
He
e3.
played bishop e3, allowing b5, which is interesting because generally in the Benoni structures you don't want to
A4.
allow this. But yeah, because the bishop is here, Amruta, you can play a4. Generally there is b4, but now it cannot be played.
Right.
Okay, let's also have our other players. We have Hari Krishna taking on Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So we will have them on screen. And little Pragg takes on Hans Niemann. That's also a very interesting game, Amruta. What do you say?
Hans Niemann usually plays interesting games as we discussed yesterday. Let's see.
So let's have a look at Hans Niemann versus Pragg here.
Oh, that double pawn on d2 d3 काफी unusual है ना? That's so
Look at
unusual.
Pragnananda's time, 15 minutes, while Niemann
Prepared.
has 10. Generally, Niemann is the one who is very well prepared, but today it's Pragg who is putting pressure.
Yeah, let's see the opening because I'm very curious to know how did it end up in that double central pawns.
This is a very famous line, Amruta. This e4, e5 में
Very famous कैसे मुझे पता नहीं है ना.
अब भी हुआ था. किसका गेम हुआ था? Just recently it happened. I think Vidit versus Wenjun. No, Vidit versus Late Tingi.
अब भी हुआ.
हाँ,
Oh.
Vidit in this tournament. Knight
Okay.
g5, d5. You remember Vidit versus Late Tingi? He took bishop d3. Then Vidit here knight d5, knight f3, bishop d6. Same thing happened. Knight c3 also happened. Castles also happened. Now,
यहाँ
He had
से he got
taken-
the double pawns. Okay.
yeah. Castles, and then rook e1. Think rook e8. This all happened, Amruta. This is all was seen. And
Okay.
here bishop f8 by Niemann. Actually, Vidit had played the correct move, I think. Here c5, b3, bishop a6, bishop a3. This is what had happened, if I'm not mistaken. But bishop f8 is not a good move here because Pragnananda managed to play something very nice. And he played the move b4, Amruta. He's now attacking here. And
So
my
first
question
question,
is
huh.
to everyone in the chat,
Good question.
what happens if you were to take on b4? Let me know in the chat what is the move you think is possible here. Why is bishop takes b4 not a great move?
Queen a4, is that right?
Let's have a look here, Amruta.
Riju's Art Gallery, Akshay Agarwal, अनुनाद सिंह.
बस 3 ही पढ़ोगी आज? क्यों?
वो भी रैंडमली पढ़ूंगी मैं बाद में.
क्यों?
ऋषि अग्रवाल, कुणाल गुप्ता, सुधांशु त्रिपाठी, धनय दोषी, धर्मिल व्यास, शाहुल हमीद, सूर्यांश चतुर्वेदी.
So, Amruta trying to read less today.
Or maybe I'll read randomly.
Yeah, sure. Queen A4 is a good move because it puts pressure here and here. And suppose you try to save this bishop, then next move A3, and you anyway there is pressure. So let's say I go back just for the sake of understanding. Now bishop B2. So this is also one of the reasons why you played B4. You can put your bishop here or here.
Oh, bishop A3. You really want to exchange that dark square bishop because
it's a good bishop.
But why? Because black doesn't have that space. मतलब rook C1 जाना है तुमको.
I'm just playing against this knight. So this knight goes from G3, rook C1. I put pressure here. This is a great position.
Yeah, compensation तो है ही.
Compensation नहीं, you had lost a pawn, no, in the opening as black. So it's equal. Because earlier white was pawn up.
Okay. Oh, didn't realize that.
So to B4, Niemann goes knight B7 and he says, I'm not picking up that pawn. But now he's attacking D3 as well as B4. So Pragg can go bishop B2, but he is thinking for his move currently. Let's quickly go to the game of Hari Krishna versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Shivsham says crucial day for PD today. He should win against Eric and try to stay solid against Ding and Magnus.
It's not going to be easy.
Not easy. Yeah, this is Duda versus Hari Krishna, right? How is Hari's preparation today? And how is Hari looking today? Is he okay? Yesterday we were kind of doubting whether he has a headache. Maybe you can have the camera, Sagar, here.
Yeah.
We can't have both, na? ऐसे multi screen में.
कर सकते हैं. And right now Hari Krishna is thinking for his move bishop D3. It seems to me that Duda has a small advantage because of his bishop being active here. Looks good.
Yeah, the bishop is very nice. बहुत ही सही है.
Anurup Kumar says, Apurup Kumar says, Sagar, Amruta, can you give a shout out to my brother Roop Kumar? Love ChessBase India. Roop Kumar, shout out to you and all the best for your chess. Amruta, there's also a very important game here going on between Quang,
because
Liem and
he's the
Magnus.
leader. Because इसमें से first, if Magnus beats him, maybe Magnus will become the number one. Yeah, like in this tournament, most probably.
As the leader, right? I think so, because right now, if you look at the scorecard, Magnus is
27
3 points
and 24.
behind.
They'll
So
be
if he
enjoying
wins,
first, like for the
he will have the tie break also would be in his favor. Okay, let's quickly go back to Vidit's game and see what is happening. By the way, Magnus is doing better against Quang, Liem. He's better. Also, another interesting game is Ding Liren versus Wenjun, because Ding is like the best Chinese player and Wenjun is the top female Chinese player after Ho Yifan. So that's also a nice, it's like Anand taking on Humpy or something like that.
Yeah.
So going back to Vidit's game against Eric Hansen, after bishop e3, Eric did not fall for this b5 thing. He went knight g6, a3, bishop a5, rook b1. So Vidit clearly is angling for b4, b5, b4 in the position. And now Amruta...
Why does the bar not like it? Because...
Well, the thing is that you should take here, and then play bishop b6, and black is fine. You know, queen d2, and black is doing okay. He can go h5, h4. These are typical plans. But he went bishop b6 directly, and now Vidit could actually take. And you don't want to take because after dc, maybe these pawns look pretty good.
Mostly it's a race between the central pawns versus those side pawns.
Exactly.
So...
But after queen d2, it seems like this is a much superior position for white
with the
than
bishops.
then doing this and allowing CB4. But Eric also does not like CB4. Vidit also does not think it's a big problem. So Eric plays C5.
Oh,
Vidit goes knight H1, bishop D7, knight F2, rook C8, and king H1. So right now the engines prefer black's position, but I think it is complicated enough. There is a lot of juice in the position. Only one pair of pawns have been exchanged in 19 moves. Both sides have possibilities. You can take here, you can go C4. Vidit has the ideas of playing F4, E5 at the right moment. He might want to go bishop G5, pinning here. So Amruta, very exciting.
I agree. I mean, so many ideas exist. In fact, right now, immediately maybe F4 is the idea, E4 is defended. So F4, bishop F3 could start right away. Wow. And then I don't know that H5 pawn, will it become slightly weak? Or F4 will have a problem of knight G4. It's
Yeah, but Amruta, knight G4 I can take.
bishop G4.
Yeah, bishop G4, it's okay.
Exchanges of these pieces will be good for whom? Not sure.
Well,
Because
as
E4
long
is-
as... Oh, he goes queen to C7.
Not-
And he's threatening now to
It's a
take
forcing
and maybe
idea.
put pressure on C3.
Bishop E3 queen. So rook C1 is an idea.
Yeah,
You can go rook F7 or rook B7.
rook B C1 looks much better, Amruta.
Then rook B1 move actually kind of lost a move.
No,
in
he
a
got
way.
B4, no, because otherwise he wouldn't have got B4.
But did he need B4?
Well, usually, no, Amruta, when the bishop is here, B4 makes a lot of sense. Because then what happens is you are able to put pressure on the queen side. But with the bishop on B6, I think B4 doesn't make so much sense because black can do this, put pressure here, take here. Also, the bishop opens up. So this position is really very unique, and I think many white players, including Vidit, might not have so much experience in this structure as to what to do.
Because of just that bishop's placement being different. Nice. Nice. That is true. One second.
Oh, look at this. Eric now goes queen a7. He's actually playing within the position. He first put his queen here, putting pressure here. Now he's going here, putting pressure with CB4, because if you take bishop B6, there could be B takes C3 intermediate move. If you take on A7, I have D2 hanging.
Yeah, in fact, even if you go bishop G5, it's a blunder because of, maybe you can ask the chat. Bishop G5 is a blunder because of.
Yeah, guys. Amruta with a nice question there. Why is this a mistake? Can you find out what is the reason? Just tell us the move.
Shivsham says also for the rated games, he would need to play some player a lot of times.
Ding.
Okay, there are any tournaments, ATM, Bapre. So he would have to find some strong player.
I have a feeling that Ding may come to India, yeah, because there are some tournaments happening. Just also, Amruta,
Huh?
one big news is that Karyakin got that 6-month ban, right?
Right, yeah.
And now the Russian parliament has intervened and said that remove the ban. So it's a big mess out there.
Bapre. In fact, there are other sports players also from Russia who are facing problem like Medvedev. What's his name?
Yeah, the tennis player.
Yes.
Medvedev.
So
Yeah, look at
It's
this.
also very
CB4 is the correct move, guys, because after CB4, here what happens is that the knight on C3 is attacked and also the one on F2 is attacked with the support of the queen. So that's the reason.
Ashutosh Kumar Giri, Fast Curious, Kedar Gupta, Dhruvin Zaveri, Ravnit Kamal, Aditya Narayan. Yes. Do you want me to read?
No, it's fine. So today I guess Amruta is a little bit tired. So we will respect that. And by the way, Amruta, he went knight FD1 with it. So lot of maneuvering happening in maneuvering. If you look at this knight, it has not had a happy life.
Yeah.
It started from here, went here, went here, went here, went here. And it's like कि भाई इतना मेहनत किया फिर भी लाइफ में D1 तक ही पहुंचे हम.
नहीं, मुझे क्या आया पता है मन में? मुझे आया ये व्हाइट का घर है, वो ब्लैक का घर है, अब घर के अंदर सब चलते बैठ रहे, कोविड है, बाहर नहीं जा सकते.
Exactly. And now maybe
Oh
when
my God.
2022 will come, then all boom, 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 everything will open up.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at quickly Pragna. This game, I mean, objectively, Black is doing really well. He's looking very comfortable.
Yes.
But I think more than objectivity, it's a lot about pressure. You have to look at time. Eric Hansen is also doing well on time. I think Vidit, maybe in his bid to win, could overstretch, and if he loses, his chances become almost nil. Then he might have to beat Carlsen and beat
considering his other opponents.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Now, I mean, you really want to play somewhere A4, but CB4 doesn't allow you that. And if you take on C5 now, actually,
Yeah, actually, all the time would it not be tempting to take on C5 and get this central
you know,
pass
brother,
pawns?
this-
But it's never
it's not, he'll take
not
with the bishop.
anymore. Yeah, not anymore because bishop C5 ko rook C5.
Yeah,
right?
he won't even take with the pawn. He will take with the rook or the queen. And then I have rook C8. And generally, in such positions, your knight can come to D4 and then you are looking at these squares. But that's not even happening here.
So why did he not go knight D3? Why knight on D1?
Because he had to protect this E3
He
bishop.
wants to go to E3. ठीक है.
No,
So
he doesn't want to
don't
go to
take
E3.
on.
He just is protecting this bishop against CB4.
No, but he can go bishop G5. No, now F2 knight is not hanging. So rook
But
C7.
first he has to go, no?
Knight D1, rook C7. अब भी bishop G5. तो भी it's bad.
Yeah, maybe I'll attack you.
Oh, my bishop doesn't have H4, F4. वापस आना पड़ेगा घर पे. ठीक है. Doesn't make sense.
So here, Vidit still continues the maneuvering game, plays his bishop to F2. Interesting move. Bishop F2, H4, played by Eric Hansen. Eric Hansen putting a lot of pressure on Vidit.
Okay.
I
Where
mean,
can we?
Eric Hansen is just playing tremendously, yeah, making no mistakes until now. Has pressure on this diagonal. Is going to put pressure here.
Now he's even going to go H3.
Maybe he'll soften up these squares here.
Yeah.
Okay, quickly going back
Yeah.
to Pragnananda's game. I think Pragnananda's opening has worked really well. After knight b7, he went bishop b2, bishop g4, h3, and he took. Because if you went back, then I would go knight g3 anyway, forcing you to break the pin. So he took, queen takes, bishop b4. Okay, you've got the pawn back, but notice how this queen and this bishop and this rook and the knight are all putting pressure in the center.
Design.
Knight c5, he took, and now rook e5. And Amruta, latently there is a mate threat on g7 with the bishop and queen looking there.
Nice.
So I have a feeling that this one is going Pragg's way, because let's say after take, queen, bishop f8, and now, okay.
Maybe get your rook D3 is hanging. D4 खेल लो एक बार.
But ये bishop क्यों close करना है ना?
तो
How about
E4
queen e4?
with attacking C6 and then rook C1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And pawn up. Okay, I know that
Maybe rook
these are double
B8,
pawns.
bishop B5, rook B8.
Yes, bishop c3 maybe. These are double pawns, I agree, but they're extra.
Rook B5 and rook D5. That's why I'm targeting them. Rook B5 and rook D5. Wow, what a plan.
But Amruta, I just take this.
Sorry, I planned.
Yeah, maybe not the best.
plan was good.
Magnus being really put under pressure by Quang, Liem on the king side. And Hari Krishna, meanwhile, being in a great position against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We left it at queen takes b7, bd3, knight c6, castles a6, queen h4, knight e7, g4. This is Duda being ultra creative there.
वो G5 और G4 खेलेगा ही when he gets a chance. क्वीन G2 पिन है वहाँ पे. ओके, नाइस पिन. F5 bishop C4.
And
काफी
Hari
weakness.
gives up the pawn in order to get his knight to F3 and then F4. Wow, Hari Krishna playing
Wow, this
really
F4
good
move
chess.
is really good. Show takes को knight D4 मारा ना यहाँ
हाँ,
पे.
हाँ.
एक बार थोड़ा आराम से दिखाना.
No, but F4 is kind of
Nice.
beautiful.
It's obvious also.
Actually, it
after
is. If it was not for F4, then you would be minus.
maybe Sagar, if you go 2-3 moves back, like how did he start? Because he started with knight E4 here.
Maybe he
Okay.
should have taken with the pawn. I don't know.
Bishop, you mean?
Sorry, bishop.
So he went knight E4, D4. Now
And now
he,
bishop C4 could have been good.
Queen G2 look tempting because ऐसा लग रहा है कि after F5 somehow there is a weakness there on the diagonal. That is the feeling. But in fact, this is way better for black because of the F3 square.
Yeah, and also if you play like rook e8, then after gh5, somehow you can't take back with the pawn because of this pin.
But rook F5 तो है. You would love to take with the pawn, क्या?
Yeah, maybe this move.
King H8.
King h1, and then rook g1, and who knows?
Okay,
this
it's a but F2 be hanging. It's a complicated position, I would say. Going back, what did he play? Rook
Knight
E8
h4.
नहीं
I
खेला.
like this move.
Knight H4 tempo he took. Bishop B6. Wow, this was good. Give up the E6 pawn actually. He just didn't care for it. And now went F4. Quite forcing in a way
Very
later.
nice play.
This was beautiful play by Hari.
But let's
F5.
see if he's able to convert this into a full point. He's
Already, if you go E3 check, suppose F3, E2, rook E1, knight C2, that exchange may not be enough, right? That
Yeah,
exchange.
maybe I can't go knight rook e1. Maybe I have to go rook f2. And if you go knight c2, then I take here.
And knight
if you
A1.
take here, I try to trap your knight and win this, and hopefully I have good compensation in the form of 2 pawns here.
Yeah, this is possible.
Okay, going back to Vidit's game, suddenly Vidit is nearly lost after b takes c5, bishop c5, bishop c5, rook c5, knight a2. He goes rook c8, knight c3, queen c7, rook c2. And now Vidit is under big pressure. Because, you know, Amruta, he is, if queen a5, there is pressure like this. There is also pressure here. I mean, this is just over. He plays queen a5.
Queen c1.
Queen c1. Vidit is just hanging on by the thread here.
I think because at some point it was important to get going, right? With your what would have been a better plan?
Amruta,
Also,
look
we
at his
don't know.
accuracy.
In
Yeah,
fact.
he's just playing knight h5, knight f4. He's just coming in. He's playing tremendously. Eric Hansen is just
Playing perfect chess.
amazing. Yeah. Vidit is just trying to survive here. Knight f4, bishop f1. And now, Amruta, do you think that he will just switch his queen from here to here? That would be
No,
insane.
I don't think he will do it. Oh, he did it! Because it was just 2 moves ago, he played queen a5 and suddenly to maneuver. Okay, but his knights are there. This should be over. h3 ke
No,
paas.
this is piece gone, right, Amruta?
Queen f6.
Like rook c3, rook c3.
No, even after queen f6, it's lost, no?
Look at this variation. Take, check, here, and it's a forced mate.
Bishop b5 मानना ठीक है इसके लिए तो भी मेट है. It's important later in the break. We'll try to see that where exactly Vidit would have improved. Maybe rook b1 b4 plan was not required because that bishop was anyway doing absolutely nothing there. मतलब उसको तो कुछ करने के लिए पीछे आना ही था anyway. So you could have saved that time and improved the other pieces, especially the other knight. That could be idea. That could be the idea.
You know, somewhere I think, Amruta, that Erik Hansen has played so well that Vidit did not even get an inch in this game. Look at Vidit. He knows he's blundered completely because after rook c2, knight c2, now it's just this. There is this brutal check here, Amruta. Knight g3, and if you move the king, then there is knight e2. You lose the queen, and if you take, this is a forced mate. And I think Erik is going to find this. Yeah, look at this. And Vidit is going to resign there. Erik Hansen has his mug there. He's drinking his water. Vidit is terribly upset at how he's lost this game. I mean, and look at him there.
But some of the moves were very difficult, like queen c7.
No. I mean, Erik has played beautifully. I mean, this game is a model game for Black as to how to play in this structure. I think Vidit got completely outplayed.
How common this opening is, by the way?
Sorry?
How common is this opening, by the way?
I haven't seen too many games. I haven't seen too many games.
Okay. Why I asked you, because generally you said na the structure with g6 is very common, like it's Benoni.
Yeah.
But with bishop on b4, it's
quite rare. It's quite rare. And Vidit resigns there. Erik gets up from his chair. Vidit was so upset, and I think he got completely outplayed here. Yeah. So Erik Hansen wins. Vidit Gujrathi now.
By the way, because Duda just did right this. Can we just check one moment?
Duda versus Hare Krishna. B2 is hanging, Amruta.
Queen d6. Oh, Hari is winning.
What about queen e2 check?
King g3.
Queen f2 check.
King h. Achha, no,
look at Duda. Look at Duda. Look at Duda.
He missed it. He missed queen e2. I think he saw queen b2 only.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyway, it was lost or no? Not so much.
Not really, because now it's a clear pawn loss. Look at that Duda. He can't believe it that he blundered such a big blunder, and Hare Krishna knows that he has his chance here. What if Hare Krishna wins all his 3 games today, Amruta?
That would be super epic.
And also, if you think about it, Amruta, Vidit beat Duda yesterday. Now Hari also beating him. Duda is having a tough time against the Indian opponents.
Okay, so right now King h3 is lost because Queen f3.
Yes,
King h4.
There is Queen g3 back. So there is still some, but I can just take the queen and take on e7, and you are
nothing special I need to do actually.
But
I like
also I don't want to because then I'll only be a pawn up. Right. Let's keep the queen on the board, and Hare Krishna there so calm. I mean,
but Duda is like so irritated with himself. So irritated. Why Queen d6 was such a bad move? I mean, before that, what else? Okay, the assessment of the position.
He could have gone b4, but he wanted to keep this pawn, but he forgot about this check. He just forgot, I think.
हो जाता है. ठीक है, good. Hari has retained the queen.
Yeah, he kept
even
the queen.
If you are an endgame god, it's not necessarily you should exchange queens.
No, that's a good move. Also, Amruta, meanwhile, while we are looking at this, very quickly, Pragnananda is also having a great position, so we have to keep switching between Pragg and Hari.
I mean, those double pawns have lived, like I say.
Yeah, the point is, if you go and take this, I will take your pawn, so you will get one of my pawns, but you will undouble, because and then I'll have a healthy extra pawn. So it's not easy to go and just take this.
This is a rare game, Sagar, where the d2 pawn has not moved for 27.
Absolutely. Okay, by the way, Hare Krishna now after rook d6, can he just win this pawn here on e7, or is there some trick? Maybe rook b6. But or queen e7. I'm just looking at what to take. Like let's say rook e7,
Oh, rook e7 को क्या है? Counter play. What is white having?
queen g2, trading the queens.
So
Because
exchanging the queens is the
exchanging the
best
queens is
way
what
to continue.
what Duda wants, and I think this is a very natural move, rook e7, but then queen g2. So Hari Krishna, if he's alert, he will find the move rook a7. When after queen g2, he's not forced to take. He can do this, and he can also. But if he starts off with this, Amruta, then maybe after rook e1, it's not so clear.
Rook c8 है, फिर भी rook c8 खेला तो yeah, right. ठीक है. So he should not take queen, take
No, he
c7.
takes.
What did
He
he play?
took rook e7 and he took rook b6. He didn't play queen g2. He missed that.
queen g2.
Now e2, rook e1.
Rook e1 को queen c2 with the idea of queen d2. No, rook e1
Oh,
को
rook f8. Nice
rook
move.
f8 is good
Threatening
with the-
rook f3. No, not rook f3. There's a mate here, so careful.
Not made. Sagar.
Yeah, but then take and take on f3. Oh, and Pragg has played bishop takes g7, Amruta. If you take queen e5 check, and I would win that. So he took on f2. Now king f2, king g7. Is this
Major
winning?
piece endgame. Should
Yeah, he will go rook e3. Pragg understands these positions really well.
Yeah, and white's king is much safer than black's. Also, this d2, d3 pawns are giving a nice shelter on the ranks 7th and
Yeah.
मस्त है ना वो pawn ऐसे start में ऐसे वो you know ऐसे when you are 5 and 6 years old that
Yeah.
time your childhood friends रहते हैं ना.
And also it's sometimes like, you know,
Little
you feel like, oh, they are unhealthy. But apne hai na, finally. Even if they are, you know, it's our pawns. Rook g3 check.
Nice. Nice position. Quickly go to Hari's game, Sagar, because we are going to see the finish.
Yeah, Duda shaking his head there because after rook f8 he went rook b4. How to continue as Hari Krishna? Can we go queen a8? Guys, both Indian players in full flow here. Vidit losing unfortunately to Eric Hansen.
Jahnavi Kolipara says it looks Pragg is having the best chance to qualify now.
If he wins his game. Yes, for sure. Let's just go quickly to Pragnananda's game because Niemann is a big fighter. And you can see here he is not letting Pragg easily get through. Also because any major piece endgame, queen or rook, is not easy to convert. If you keep both rook and queens on the board, perhaps it's easier because there could be an attack. But once something is exchanged, it's not easy to create. Oh, he exchanges the queens.
नहीं, but इधर कैसा है कि queen
You
e4
can't
तो
take
ये
with the
losing a
pawn.
pawn ना.
Yeah, this is somehow.
Oh, it's a
Pragg-
draw now.
yeah,
Queen e4. What did he miss?
Pragg
Did he
just
just miss rook e4 को rook d3
look
by
at that.
chance?
Look at that. Yeah, Pragg just shook his
Sometimes
head.
in time pressure you miss simple moves. No, look at him. Oh God, this is what he
Pragg
missed.
does not emote much. Yeah, it's one of those rare occasions you can see him.
Oh no, rook d3 हो गया. अरे, so that blunder happened in time pressure ना 30 seconds में.
Yeah, they'll repeat now, I think.
And sometimes you're playing where you're calculating long variations, but this is one move which happens. Like maybe for us this is easy to see, but other moves are very difficult to see. How does this happen? What happens with our brain?
Yeah. I think Pragg did not have to bring his queen back. He just forgot. He could have
Yeah.
played king e2 first, kept the position alive. He was a pawn up. His king was safer, perhaps. The moment he played queen e4, he realized, oh no, he thought he'll take with the pawn and he would undouble his pawns, but he forgot that rook takes d2 would hang. Yeah, now it's draw. Let's go quickly to Hari Krishna's game.
Okay.
Hari Krishna now, after few exchanges, rook e8, queen f4 is still in the driver's seat. Let's see if he's able to convert it. Hari has 1 minute 45 seconds. Duda has 56 seconds. What do you think, Amruta? Will he convert it?
100%.
Mm-hmm.
मतलब if you had asked me that if you were playing, then maybe it would be 50%.
Yeah, that is logical. If I was playing, I would have done this. He would have played rook f1, I would have gone e2, and I would have got checkmated. So
Nice variation.
let's see what Duda does here. Duda has only 35 seconds in hand. How does he continue? Man, Duda is going right down. Oh, rook f1. Now, hurry, careful, hurry. I think h6 maybe just a simple safe move so that if check, I can get my king out here.
h6 तो खेलेगा ही because that's kind of an obvious move.
Yeah, let's see. Hari Krishna needs
7 seconds. अच्छा उसका है ना.
Oh, he played h6. Yeah, this has happened. h6
हाँ
and
तभी
queen
बोले
f7.
how come his time is going on. Asim asks queen f6.
Where?
Queen f6 तो नहीं आ रहा था.
He was saying here, Amruta, queen f6 here. But maybe Asim after takes and rook e1, that rook endgame might be difficult to win. Because he wouldn't go and take this pawn. He would just move his rook away. e1. And now you see, Amruta, it's not an easy position to break through instantly.
What if I get my queen on d2, Sagar? Like queen d6 maybe right now.
Yeah, maybe queen d6.
You will go queen f7, attacking the e8 rook for the moment. Achha, direct e2 be fine. King g3. Now, yeah, check. Queen d6 check, queen d1. Queen d6 check, queen d1.
d6 check, king g2.
Just in between, Funny Verma says Pragg game Vankura position with extra pawn and h file. Okay.
It's not Vankura position, it's just a drawn position. If you had no pawns here and you had rook on 8, pawn a6, then it's Vankura. This is not. By the way, Hari Krishna seems to be not so happy with himself, but I don't think he's messed up anything here. He's still very much in control. His e-pawn is a passed pawn, but Amruta, if you look at the number of pawns, it's equal. There are 4 pawns each aside. So the e2 pawn is that golden ticket for black towards victory. If he loses that pawn, he will be in trouble. So queen d6, Hari Krishna staying calm. But where is the way to break through? What do you do? Because you go queen d1, I go to queen f2. I'm not just going to...
I'll go queen d to rook e3.
But my king can also join in.
Okay, 1 second.
It's not trivial. Okay, maybe queen d2 now. And if I go queen f2,
rook e4.
Maybe you can snatch this pawn. Perhaps that's a good one. Oh, he went queen f7. He went queen d2, but now queen f7. So if you take on e1, then there is a draw. Here queen e4 check, perpetual. So you have to save your rook. See how tricky these people are. And you know, Amruta, rook e5 would be a classy move. Yes, he plays it. Queen f8 check, king h7, no queen f5 check. He goes here. Now, once again, if you trade the queens, rook endgame is drawn because king is too near. So Hari Krishna must give a check. Yeah, he gives a check. And look at that. Duda knows.
Almost knows. Now it's over.
It's over because he's going to get checkmated, Amruta. So we were talking about how should he win. It was all about launching an attack on the king.
Yeah. Nice. I think he's going to resign.
Also for Duda, I think this game was very important from a Finnish perspective, right? Because he was in the 5th position. So losing a game is not the best thing for him. Rook e4 by Hari.
Asim says, Sagar bhai, whom do you think will get Sergi plays in candidates? Yes, after this you can.
Yeah, let's just finish this game and then discuss about it. I don't even think that Karya King might miss the candidates. Anything can happen still. Now check here.
Finish देखा? King
King
G3?
G2.
नहीं, King G2 rook G4.
King G3,
King
then
G3
check
Foreest.
and take this G4.
हाँ, anyway it's lost. Okay, it's over.
Take this pawn.
King H1 rook.
Pragg is winning, they say.
Hey, let's go.
Pragg
Let's
is
go
winning.
because this is over.
Okay,
no?
this is
1
over.
second. What do you want?
No, let's finish this one. No, Pragg game will go on for a bit more.
Last 39 seconds. Yeah, now rook F4. King H1, rook F4 and resign.
Rook F4.
Hmm.
Oh, wow, Amruta. That was quick. I'm just a bit worried about check and then take on E2 with the... Maybe.
that was too quick.
Okay, Queen F4. Can we kind of pin this? Yeah, he pins it and also stops Queen F1 because after Rook F1, E1, there is Queen F1. King H8 maybe is useful, but then there is a check and comes back.
Backs.
Maybe Queen F5 is the move here. H5. Hari knows how to convert this.
Hari knows no hurry.
Hari is not in a hurry. Hari does not worry. Hari does not commit harakiri. There are so many things with this. D4 played here. Okay, very quickly. Pragnananda's game. No, it's a draw, Amruta. Still, he's not winning. This is a draw.
Yeah,
So,
no, I'm fine. I can look at this.
No, I mean it's a draw.
Queen D7 check, King H6 no check.
A4.
Ah, he's starting with his pawn. Fast pawn.
They are too slow.
Queen F1 check.
Can we start? Can we start with this? Can we skip to the good part? Because my idea is Rook E3 and then Queen F3, or maybe Rook E3 and Queen F1. If
Rook E3, Queen takes A6. Can I try? Oh, Queen F2 then.
By the way, Pragnananda's game ended in a draw already.
Okay. ठीक है, right now Rook E3. I like that move. Isn't it winning?
It's white to play here.
हाँ.
B5.
अभी Rook E3 खेल दो.
Rook E3. Yeah. Rook E3, and he's lost any space on this diagonal, Amruta. And that is why now Queen F1 is coming up. And Hari knows he's won. Hari is shaking his head because he's winning. Duda is shaking his head because he's losing. It is...
Duda is smiling though. Slight smile.
I mean, he's a bit annoyed with himself there.
He's
Maybe
very expressive.
Rook
Actually.
E5, Rook G5 looks good. Yeah. Hare Krishna. Making all the nice moves. And there you have it. Not yet, not resigned.
Achha.
But both. Guys, today Hare Krishna has beaten Duda. What a nice game. And we next have Vidit versus Liren and Vidit versus Carlsen. So 2 games at 11:30 and 12:30. So do stay tuned with us. And now we have it. Hari there winning against Duda.
Finally, I'm
What a nice victory for India number 3, Pentala Hare Krishna, who actually, I think this was a phenomenal game, Amruta.
Yes, and with black. And
Yeah.
that understanding of giving that E6 pawn, वो भी check में, knight H4, knight went to F3. एक F3 square की वजह से ये जीते.
Yeah, I think this entire moment here where he started off his play with f5, giving up this e6 pawn with a check, and then noticing that there is this move f4 here, showed Hari Krishna's understanding here, and he really played well. In the end, Amruta, maybe here this position, Duda could have played better than what he did. Like
Yeah,
this
I
was
mean, the
a,
fight
this
would have
was a
been
huge
Queen D6,
blunder.
he missed Queen E2, which can happen completely.
But after this, Hari Krishna didn't let it go, which was nice to see.
Maybe you can.
So guys, let's have a look at
But
the
you know,
standings.
many times we will play like a move knight h4 in the game, और फिर आता है bishop e6, फिर लगता है oh my god blunder हो गया, फिर लगता है कोई बात नहीं चलो let's find, फिर you find knight f3, then you are thankful blunder हो गया.
Yeah.
This is this way, but on the top it's different.
True. And by the way, Amruta, before we go to the standings,
Magnus
let's have a
versus-
look at the game of Magnus Carlsen playing Quang Liem. It's
Of course,
still
of
going
course.
on. Magnus Carlsen has an extra exchange here, rook for a bishop, but there is one extra pawn for white.
Yesterday he was exchanged down against Van Foreest and then he fought very hard and drew the game. Here the bishop on h1 looks such a passive bishop that the d pawn, if it is pushed, you lose the pawn, correct? But there is a fortress right now because you can't take the d pawn ever, it will be a draw.
There is a bishop.
And how does black progress? Let's say even if he gets his king on f5.
Yeah, if I win the g5 pawn, like let's say I go rook e1, and then I come with king e5, king f5. Maybe that's the way to make progress. I think he has enough possibilities here, and that too with I mean, Magnus is a master of creating play. Guys, we will look at the standings. First, let's enjoy this game of the world champion. How many times do we?
भाग्य वो रखे आओ.
हाँ, जा रखे हैं.
आओ. So guys, Sagar is eating an ice cream which is melting. So,
Thank you. And this king is now coming from here. So then, when the king comes here, there will be 1, 2, and 3 attacks, and there will be only 2 defenses. But he moved his rook here, so guys, do you think Magnus Carlsen can win this? Well, it could be a good idea to push this pawn. Actually, Amruta, when this happened, could he have pushed?
yes, he will absolutely.
Maybe this was an idea. And then f5. But he wouldn't have taken here. He would have first gone king c3 nonetheless. So yeah. Here.
Yeah, क्या position?
I have a feeling that Quang Liem wants to go bishop h3.
नहीं, but rook d5?
Yeah, and then I don't know. Yeah, maybe not bishop h3, right? But if the king comes here, Amruta, what's the plan?
Bishop h1, bishop h3. Oh, ए तभी भी rook d5 है ही वैसे.
क्या?
नहीं,
No, what to do now? This is the threat.
Yeah.
I'm getting a bit worried because take. I mean, you can then just come back and that should be winning. So what is the plan here?
Yeah.
Bishop f3. He's still going here.
No, this is not working. No, you had to go king f3 and stop. No, but d5 मर रहा है. Actually, white के पास नहीं है कुछ भी. He didn't have anything.
Yeah.
Oh. Maddie Sajdev super chats and says, I can't express my gratitude and love towards you in words. You as a couple are my inspiration. I just love you guys, yaar.
Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you.
Was it because Amruta put the ice cream in the fridge? You can see Magnus here is almost certain that he will be able to win this.
Ashwani Kumar says it's really a hard job to convert a lost position against Magnus, but we'll enjoy them.
It's really a hard job to convert or to save a lost position.
We'll enjoy Liem fighting till the end.
You remember if you just type Carlsen versus Liem in YouTube, there is this one very old game of World Blitz. There is a new game which we have shot on ChessBase India, but there's an old one. Oh, Magnus exchanges. That's an interesting decision. And Magnus generally understands these things very well, like f4 and just killing it. King e3, f4.
How does he have this kind of understanding?
You know, this is all easy for him. His biggest skill was shown in the World Championship match in the 6th game, where later on Anish came on stream once and explained how Magnus puts his rook and knight in different positions and then 2 pawns. And even for a player like Anish, who is so close to him, right, in top 10 in the world, he said this was just unbelievable the way he played. So Magnus Carlsen is truly an enigma. You know, he's just once in a generation kind of a player, and we are lucky to witness him playing here. Maddie Sachdev, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. Oh, Amruta, he blundered. Just when we
jinxed it. He's so upset. He is so upset. That doesn't change everything, whatever you said about him. But he is so unhappy. Look at him.
I should
Look at
really, you know, Amruta.
मैं क्या बोलती हूँ तुम किसी के बारे में अच्छा बोलो ही मत.
You know, today what happened when Samay was playing against Biswa, I said Samay these days doesn't blunder, and next move he blundered, and I said Magnus is once in a lifetime, once in a generation kind of, and you know, this was the moment I was praising him, and the winning move is King e4, because you know it doesn't matter. He just gives a check here. When the king goes here, he just comes in, and then f4, f3, f2 is winning. He's just winning there. But in his hurry, Magnus took here.
कौन हरी? No, but Magnus wanted to say that no, Sagar, I'm not one in the generation. There will be someone.
No, he didn't want to say anything. I think what did he miss here?
This has hurt you a lot. Oh god. Yeah, but what did he miss here? King e4 के पहले और क्या था? King e4 के पहले, because let's say that position it was like the only move.
Not only move. You can do other things also.
Like एक हाथ variation.
I don't know, f4 maybe. Okay,
नहीं,
this
look,
doesn't.
you can't do it.
See, the main thing is you need your king here, something like that.
नहीं.
So check is also okay.
So king g3.
And now king e3.
Okay, नहीं bishop f7 मारूंगी मैं.
ठीक है. And now check.
King h3 अभी और क्या?
And take.
And now d6. And now d7. No, this is lost. Rook d3 पे रखोगे. And then yeah.
Anyway, this is it. Yeah. Guys, मैं क्या करूँ यार, मैं तो सच में अच्छे से कमेंट्री करता हूँ. I say what I feel. Somehow it happens. 90% of the times it also happens that the person whom I'm praising wins. But that is all normal, right? Okay, but this was, and now let's have a look at the standings.
मजा ही आया. And sometimes when Magnus blunders, it feels like good. हाँ ठीक है, सब इंसान है, you know.
Yeah. Okay, here are the standings, Amruta. All of a sudden, we have Magnus, Quang Liem at the top. Not all of a sudden, he's been there at the top. Magnus on 25, Van Forest 24. See, these three players are surely going through 28, 25, 24. But
Even 21.
from 21, okay, maybe Ding Liren also. But then Duda, Rapport, Niemann, Anton Guyaro, Navara, Vidit, Pragnananda. I think this pack of
19 and 18 players.
yeah, of 7 players, they are going to fight it out. And I think Hari Krishna being there at the 15-point mark may have a very slight outside chance, although I would say negligible, almost nil. But
Actually, he's beating some people. Like for Duda, it was very important not to lose right now.
yes, so Hari has left. Whom is he going to play? Is he going to play any top guys? Because then he can. He's playing Niemann, and Niemann is on number 7. So if Hari beats Niemann, that could be a good thing. And he's also playing Hansen Eric.
Yeah.
So I think these 2 games for Hari are important. He can win both. Whereas Vidit now has Ding Liren, which is going to be a very tough game with black and Carlsen with white. And Pragnananda has, I mean, Pragnananda would be quite upset with himself for drawing this game. He was better. But he's now has Van Forest and Anton Guyaro. Guys, the next round will start. Actually, it should have started already.
Oh, it would have started. Maybe we can have the cameras.
Yeah, let's have a look at the game.
Naman says, Sagar bhai, how do you switch so easily commentating on COB Group D games to top GM's games? Maybe you can try.
I just enjoy it. Basically, for me, it's like chess is a lot about. Oh, by the way, Amruta, one game that we should follow is Wenjun versus Carlsen, because women's world champion versus men world champion. So, yeah, I basically, sorry, not using basically too much. I just enjoy commentating, and I don't see it as chess as 2 separate things. There are good moves in the position, and there are bad moves, and you can just talk about them. And I think even the top players blunder, like Magnus blundered right now. For him, it's a huge blunder right now what happened, Amruta.
Correct. And that too at a critical point, because he could be the joint number 1.
Yeah, but okay.
Doesn't matter.
It is not so important as much as it was for him to win that game. By the way, Ding Liren is eating something right now. Although I don't want to show it on camera, but he is eating. It's late in the night in China. It must be like 1 a.m. or something. 2 a.m. Hari Krishna is playing whom, Amruta? Niemann, right?
Yes. And Vidit is playing with Ding right now, no?
Yes. And Pragg is playing against?
I don't remember. Let me see.
I think Pragnananda is Van Forest. Jorden Van Forest.
Shubham Pawar says it's 4 a.m. in China.
4 a.m.
Asim Khan says my prediction is Vidit will play Nimzo. By the way, guys, did you check out Instagram? Samai's Lucena.
Yeah, today we had a new reel on Lucina position.
Meet Agarwal says, just can you make videos like you made with Suhani Shah for beginners? Love that video. Yeah, that video was very nice, where Sagar explained the opening.
Maybe one day I will ask Suhani to
वो
meet
white
us
से था ना? तो
with
black
one
से-
e4 and maybe we can do with one d4.
Oh, by the way, we had a super chat. Aniket Kumar super chat says, Magnus, is that a free pawn? Liem, yes, it's free. And yeah, in between, Asim, I think, had mentioned that Levi has the same shirt. But is it true? Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people have this, so it's not like.
Oh.
But I don't know the color. Maybe it's slightly different.
Uh-huh. Yes, I've seen. A few people have seen Instagram. Let me just check. By the way, guys, did you like yesterday's Kacha Badam where Sagar danced?
Let's focus on the comment.
Making Sagar feel uncomfortable.
I have all the cameras in place, guys. Vidit versus Ding Liren. We have Hari Krishna versus Hans Niemann. We have Pragnananda versus Van Forest. And we have Magnus Carlsen versus Wenjun. तो सारे ही प्लेयर आ चुके हैं. आज 3 ही गेम है, तो गाइस बने रहना.
ओ 3 ही गेम है, so this is
हाँ,
second one.
second, और इसके बाद और एक है, और लास्ट राउंड तो विदित कार्लसन है. सो प्लीज स्टे विद अस.
Don't know.
या साथ बनाए रखना. Look at
VD
Vidit, right?
Sicilian 100% sure. अनिकेत 12th B बोल रहा है. Vidit Sicilian, मतलब we are seeing E4, no?
No, I don't think that Ding will go E4. Ding is, I think, mainly an E4, D4 player. So I don't think he'll go E4.
Yuvraj Yadav asks, which is Magnus genius just a biological difference because everyone might be working just as hard? Definitely biological difference कुछ तो है ही, no doubt.
I don't know. I mean, it's too tough. I don't think definitely is so easy to say.
No,
I mean, what is the difference?
because I feel that there are generally people who have these one in a million all the time, or one in many millions, in fact, or one in billions, in fact, and they have these some capabilities which are imagine nobody else has. Some of it is developed by hard work, but some of it is really kind of.
I mean, if you listen to Henrik Carlsen talking about Magnus,
yeah,
till a certain age, he didn't find something very special in him. In fact, he taught him chess and he picked up, and then he said, I don't want to play anymore. And then he thought, okay, let it go. Then he came back to it. I mean, if he was like really made for chess, then he would have started playing it since a very young age. So,
correct. But what about, it's not chess, na? There are certain things where the brain has pattern recognition. For example, for him, could be way better. Like when you said that this rooks and knights and the bishops and the way he looks at them, his visualization, his pattern might be very different than what other people are. Maybe he looks at something and his memory something different. So that way.
So
I don't know.
D4.
We'll argue about it later.
Yes.
One good debate there.
D4 by Ding Liren, Amruta. Knight F6. And Asim had said that he will go for Nimzo. It's coming out true. Okay, he goes Knight. Ragozin then, D5. I think.
Ragozin I love.
Also, Vidit may not burn his bridges. Oh, he can also go C5 here, which is one of his favorite moves for Vidit.
Also, Vidit has gone bishop e4, b6 and those structures. But if you remember, he has been a little bit uncomfortable with those structures. So, we have to see what he comes up with now.
Yeah. Oh, he's thinking hard because, you know, Amruta, somewhere he's in a little bit of a doubt. Should I play for a win here against Ding Liren, or should I, you know, keep it steady? Because a draw still keeps theoretical chances of making it, while a loss completely cuts him out.
Yeah.
So C5 might be a very solid option, while Bishop B4 might be a little bit more ambitious.
Let's quickly go to Hans Niemann, Sagar, and Hari Krishna and Pragnananda.
Okay, Hans Niemann versus Hari Krishna is black again. He got 2 blacks in a row, and he's played this interesting line, which is to bring her bishop back. And if you take here knight e7, then I take back with the queen, then I play knight f6, I castle. That is simple chess, so that's why he played knight f3 and now d6, and this is the position on the board. And
Little
let's
weird.
go to this is theory.
Pragnananda
versus Van Forest. I think an important game for Pragg. He faces the Grunfeld. Knight f3, bishop g7, e3, castle, cd, knight d5, bishop c4. Knight b6, bishop b3, and c5 was played. Pragg goes castle. Interesting move.
and Pragg is 16 minutes, huh?
Yeah, Pragg's preparation is really cool.
Outclass.
Okay, he takes back. By the way, Funny Verma has
Super chatted and he says, due to ongoing situation between Russia versus Ukraine, is there impact on chess prices of FIDE tournament? Some sponsors from Russia like Fusagro.
Not yet that I can think of, because I think all the tournaments that had some sponsors have already committed some amounts, and I think it's not yet affected, but I'm sure in the long run it will be, because there are so many Russian companies. In fact, I know for this Gazprom, which is one of the biggest companies in Russia, is one of the partners of FIDE. Then there is Russian Railways. So it will impact in some way or the other.
Got it. Let's go to Vidit's game now.
Yes,
So that we
Vidit
can
versus
have the-
and Vidit Amruta. He played something totally different today, because he's known to play Ragozin or Semi Tarash, but he went A6.
Oh, this
And-
tournament he's been trying new things.
And Vidit has played this a lot with white, actually, this system.
Okay.
But today he's trying it with black. In fact, one of the main moves here, I think, is Queen B3.
Many times what you have played a lot with white or with one color, and where you have faced the maximum trouble, you actually choose that, right?
Could be.
H3. So this is the position. I'll simply castle. Everything is happening smoothly, and then C. Oh, he went C6. That's what I thought. He's going to go C5 after
Oh,
castle.
and Bishop F4 is such a cool move, because you see, Amruta, after I take this structure is a very typical one in order to strengthen the E5 square. And it's a debatable thing whether these pawns doubled are weakness or strength.
Correct.
So generally black does not take it. Black, so Vidit played Queen C7, putting pressure here, and Ding did not want to take it even now, so he went Queen D2.
Oh,
He's like, if you take, I'll still take there. Castles and castles.
now Vidit is thinking.
He goes Rook E8, Rook E1.
Kushal Vashne says, I read somewhere that anyone and everyone who is normal in terms of physical and mental basis is capable of reaching at the top of any field if he does with determination and leaves everything else.
By the way, Amruta, David Anton versus ले टिंगी के पोजीशन में ये बिशप देखो कहाँ
बाप
पे है.
रे, how did it happen? Karo Khan है क्या?
हाँ,
Is it
I think it's theory.
Karo Khan. D3 variation, Karo Khan.
Yeah, which is getting popular recently. H4, H5, knight E5, bishop H7, G5, knight D7.
H5 is already weak.
Takes.
Okay.
Takes.
Wow, that's a great
Peace
line.
sacrifice.
Beautiful.
It
Reminds me of Petrov.
Halloween Gambit of Petrov, no?
Acha, that is Halloween Gambit, kya?
I don't know. It's like
I
this,
love it.
guys. Just
E4,
remember.
E5, knight F3, knight F6. Yeah, somebody had mentioned in the chat you should make a video of it. It would be a great idea. Knight F7, king F7, D4. It's
Yeah,
awesome.
this is what this position is a little bit similar to.
Very nice. We'll just in between have a check on this game as well.
And Pragnananda's game, after here bishop b3, c5, castles, pawn takes, knight c6, d5, knight a5, h3, rook e8, rook e1. And Amruta, if let's say he takes
Yeah.
here,
You should
what
get rid
would
of that bishop, no?
What would you recapture with the queen or the pawn? I want the chat to answer, guys. Do you take here or here? Let us know in the comment section. Sorry, in the chat.
There is a reason why a question itself has an answer.
Why?
Answer आने तो दो फिर बताते.
It's not easy.
Copyright आ जाए.
Yes, excellent. AB3, Paras Bhoir, Piyush Mishra, Manan Nath, Gaming Star, Slightly Scatty, Anda Burger, Varun Mahishi, Rishi Agarwal, Aryan Philip, and Shaibi Binoj.
सबने AB3 बोला ना? Yeah, I told that it has an answer because नहीं तो तुम Queen B3 दिखा देते थे. AB3 is special, no, going for double pawns.
Yes, but the point is a little bit more concrete
Correct.
than just activating the rook. The point is that here, if let's say I took with the queen, then in this position he takes the knight. And suppose I take with the pawn now,
Yeah.
then after queen d5 you lose a pawn.
Correct.
And if you take with the queen in this position, then after knight d5, once again queen is attacked.
Tempo.
Now imagine this position where I take with the pawn and you come and take this, I take this.
Now
Now,
queen d5.
if you were to take with the knight, firstly my queen is not attacked. Bishop b2 threatens c4 and then ganging up on the long diagonal.
Nice.
And if you play queen d5,
Yeah.
then
Still queen c2 and the same idea.
queen c2, I'm a bit worried about bishop f5.
Acha.
So here maybe knight d4 makes a lot of sense.
e5?
Well, it's pinned, so maybe it's not such a big problem. I can go c4.
Oh.
Or another move here could be
Queen d4.
even bishop d2. No, I don't want to trade queens. I want to keep the queens so that I can then make use of these weakened dark squares with my existing dark square bishop and queen.
That's very nice.
So that's the precise reason why you should take back with the pawn on b3.
So all those who said ab3 इतना calculate किया था अगर नहीं तो next time करना.
Yeah. So bishop f5 has been played by Foreest, Amruta. Now, will Pragnananda go g4 and attack this bishop? Could be possible. It's not an easy position for both sides to play. Also, let's quickly check what's up with Vidit, because now some developments have happened there. Rook f e8, rook e1, knight h5. He took, and now played e4. So Ding Liren was like, okay, Vidit, if you take, I'm okay with this isolated pawn. I have some threats, I have some
Knight
ideas.
g5 is basically a strong threat. Now if I go queen f8 or something.
But I can play queen f4 here. But what Vidit did, Amruta, and not very, but a bit surprising, is he went direct queen f4. And he's saying that if you take, I'll take with my knight. But also he's allowing e5.
Because you always have c5 and the e5 pawn is going to become weak at some point.
Yes, but more than that, there is a tactical refutation to e5. And once again, I call upon the dear chat members to find the move here. Black to play. Try to be alert and try to figure out how do you take maximum advantage of this position. Be alert tactically. Rishi Agarwal is so fast, Amruta. He is like the first one to find these things. Ishpreet Singh, well done. So many people, yeah.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
The speed at which everyone's finding the answers is epic. And these are the people who have found bishop h3. Two good guys. Bishop h3 has been found by Rishi Agarwal, Ishpreet Singh, Prathamesh S, Shivam Jadhav, World of Wit, Piyush Mishra, Ashrut Ahuja, Anda Burger, Madhumithan Siva, and Butter Chicken. Amruta just got
अरे
hungry.
रात को क्यों बटर चिकन नाम रखा है.
So the move here is to take. So now if you take the bishop, I take the knight. And if you take the queen, I take here, attacking your bishop.
Wow, very nice, awesome.
So Ding Liren says, I'll take on d5. Anyway, this seems good to Ding Liren. One question I have is that after take, knight takes, bishop d5. Okay. This looks great, no, for black. I mean, not great, but doesn't look any problems. I'll come back with my knight, and I think Vidit should be able to hold this without too many difficulties. What say?
Totally. Not without difficulties, because I still like the bishop on d3, and when there is bishop versus knight, वो थोड़ा बहुत complication आ ही जाता है. But yeah, he will hold this. That's a queen f4 I really like, because you know d4 was looking a bit scary with that knight in the center on e4, jumping to c5 at some point, g5, h7 पे weakness. So I really like his decision of queen f4. ठीक है. So what has he played after queen f4? कहाँ तक पहुँचा है?
उसने ना क्वीन ट्रेड नहीं किया. He took here and took here. They are here. And Vidit somehow, I think, has missed White's next move, which is very powerful. That was the reason why I thought maybe taking here is better in between.
Like the intermezzo move.
Yeah,
is
anytime.
important.
I mean, even here he should have taken, because now after take, and take, Ding Liren has a very strong move which he's thinking about.
Is
And
it?
guys, can you find it? Black to play. Sorry, white to play. Hari Krishna is losing. I don't think he's losing. Really? Yeah, I don't know how chat is able to spot these moves so quickly, Amruta. It's
Which
amazing.
the move? Queen b4, is it the move?
Yeah, queen b4. Did you also feel it?
Yeah.
Why do you
Because you
feel?
all the time explained that this queen exchange was important. So right now that gave the first hint that you move your queen away. And then when you are moving the queen away, the first thing again comes that which is a much more active square. That is b4. And you attack the b7 point and just looks good.
So I understand that if I go queen c7, you will attack with your rook, which will make me uncomfortable. So maybe let's say b5, but then after take and a4, it seems like this
the
rook.
structure on a6 and b5, and now you'll see the power of that light square bishop versus that knight on d7.
Yeah. So the people who have given the right answers:
Harish Verma, Ronak Gupta, Shashwat Panda, Parth Pandey, Dev Yadav, Ashrut Ahuja, Shashank Sharma, Tricky Moves, Hitanshu Kanpal, and Anda Burger.
Well done, all of you, for finding this quickly, because even Vidit was not able to see it, I think. And now that Ding Liren has played his queen to b4, you can notice how Vidit is slightly uncomfortable. This happens often, and then you start regretting as to why didn't you take on d2 before. And this is not a good space to be in. Let's have a look at Hari Krishna's game. Hari Krishna is actually, he's black and he's in trouble for sure. But Amruta, not to be too quick in our judgment, because I'll tell you why. This is a very typical position we get in King's Indian also. The only difference is that in King's Indian, you have a pawn on g6 and bishop here. And sometimes there also the bishop has to come to f8 to defend this. So this is the position right now. And although black is worse here, there are...
Yeah, it doesn't seem like practically बहुत कुछ problem है. At least until white needs to get his resources, his plan is going on. Right now कुछ भी नहीं है. d6 is weak. उसकी वजह से white is slightly better. Only I think because of d6. Correct?
Yeah, that's true. But can we not win this? What was the problem if I won this?
That was the question. Bishop d6.
Because now if I sack here, then I have intermediate this and then taking back.
But if I do, knight e4 मारना है क्या? नहीं,
but knight e4, I thought knight takes, defending here.
Rook takes.
But
Rook takes.
Here.
Rook takes को queen d6. Rook d7.
How about this move?
Yeah, bishop is materially it's equal. But bishop e6 के बाद bishop d3 and my rook might get trapped.
But maybe we were back rank mate.
Windy.
Did you miss the back rank mate again? What's wrong with you?
Oh my goodness.
It's not like Amruta got back rank mated in that Simul, but I think it's a disease.
And then even after the reel, at least I should remember that I should not get back rank mated. That was the reminder.
Yeah.
Oh God, Amruta.
Okay. So Hari just has very little space. He's being like kind of squashed, but at the right time, if he breaks out with d5, he could have good chances. Meanwhile, let's quickly go to Pragnananda's game because we were
Oh, it's
looking at it
crazy.
till bishop f5 and I
Yeah.
asked you whether he'll go for g4 or not, and the answer is yes, he will.
Awesome.
After knight b3, a b3, bishop d7, bishop went to g5, putting pressure on the e7 pawn, threatening d6, h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3 and f5. And
Oh, f5 is a bad move. That's what the Indian says.
yes, the last move is not good, but again, it's not so simple to realize what is the best way to take advantage of this. Okay, I kind of get it, Amruta. So firstly, I'll ask the chat, what is the winning move here for white? It's a tough move, and we'll also try to understand why that move is good.
Yes. You had cleared the moves, na? Chat, no? Shazmanu says backryankitis. I'm diagnosed with backryankitis.
Yes, very nice. So, firstly, all those who said it right, bishop e5 is the move.
Tricky moves, Manasvi Mishra, Rishil Shah, Sports with Tanish, Ashruta Ahuja, Asal Khalifa, Dev Yadav, Dheyya Bhansali, slightly scatty, Aryan Kedia.
Yeah, so this is how you get your bishop in first. Now, the natural question when you make this move is why not fg4? Because then you take on g7. Now, two things. Firstly, if he takes on f3, I'll take on h6. And the other thing is if you take here,
95.
now I don't take back because you take here. Oh, also
95.
you can take because Amruta here there is queen d4 check and you lose this. So we can start off with queen d4. 95 is also good. And once you move the king, I can take hg4, or even there are other options like queen e4, threatening to simply finish off the game with a flourish. You know, this and rook e5.
So f5 is such a weakening move on the king side. Why would Jorden make it? Like, what would he have been thinking about it? Some idea?
I think mainly what he would have thought is that he would not have thought that he would play bishop e5. Because bishop e5 gets rid of this bishop. And many times you feel like you are
G4
losing
and-
a pawn.
Yeah.
But if you think deeper, you realize you are not. So Pragnananda's answer gf5 is the second best move here. And after bishop f5, it is...
Still, if you play bishop e5 now, it doesn't make sense.
no, still, I mean, it's...
h3 hanging ko you can ignore, you are saying. Also, Sagar, here, knight d4 looks very tempting, but I don't know if it is.
I think
Knight
the
d4,
main
bishop h3,
difference-
queen h5.
Yeah.
Bishop d4, queen
d4 is also
h3.
tempting. Also, Amruta, if
Yeah,
you
knight
think,
d4.
if I play here and let's say you go, I was just
Bishop h3.
thinking this, okay, and then you take and I take and you play this, then now there is an additional option of e5 because d6 means queen d4.
Right. This spin is always irritating in a way.
But
Knight e5, what if you play that?
yeah,
Or rook
knight e5
e5,
is
maybe.
possible. Rook e5 is also possible. Just it looks good for Pragnananda.
So
He plays bishop
he
e5. He
should
plays.
Yeah.
But
Understand.
maybe it
Great.
was stronger to do it here directly, but what he's done is also nice.
Yes.
And you know, Amruta, Pragnananda's opening choices, his ability to be very, very direct, play the moves which are slightly risky but calculate them well, gives him winning positions against the best in the world. at least better positions, so this is something really worth learning for all the youngsters watching this, how Pragnananda playing against players like Van Foreest, Niemann, all these top guys, even Ding Liren, he's able to beat them at this age.
Yeah, actually now we are also seeing some kind of consistency from Pragnananda, like he's getting used to these top players, he's able to have this opening surprises, outplaying them, even much more focus on time. If you have, like earlier he used to get a lot under time pressure, now it's reducing. So
This
soon
has
we are
happened.
going
What we
to,
were discussing has happened. He can actually take and play Queen d4 check. There you see Pragnananda very sharply looking at the board. He takes and I think he's going to come up. Yes, he gives a check. Now notice guys, the main issue is this e7 pawn. Kind of blocks all of this black army from coming to the king. And if you look at this rook, this queen and the knight, they are already in the zone to attack the king.
correct.
So if the king goes to say g8, you're basically all alone after this check. Like your king has to fight alone. But then the knight comes in and it's over. There's no defense.
Such weak squares.
So bishop e5 was just eliminating one of the major defenders of the king.
Yeah, I mean this position is even better than being 2 pawns up,
Yeah.
something like that. Wow.
And let's quickly check the game of Vidit Gujrathi. But Amruta, there was also this game of Magnus versus Wenjun, which we were looking
Yes.
at, and which we did not look, but it was Rui Lopez.
But
I'm not going to go through the full game, we'll just very quickly reach the position. And it seems to me that Magnus here gave up played knight e5, gave up his bishop, took on d7, queen d7, and said, Wenjun, although you are a piece up, your knight is trapped. It can't go here, it can't go here. What a brilliant thought. And Wenjun has only 1 minute, while
Baap
Magnus
re.
has 12. But it's natural to feel the pressure, yeah, when you face the world champion.
सब बोल रहे कि वो रो रही है, रो नहीं रही है ना, रो रही है वो.
She's not crying.
ठीक है. I want to see the interesting games, the games which are interesting. This one.
वो उधर पीस डाउन है, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, वो इंटरेस्टिंग नहीं है.
Sorry, piece down था क्या?
हाँ.
Then I missed it while reading the comment. वो रो
1,
रही है.
2, 3 pieces, 2 pieces for Magnus. He gave up this piece sacrifice.
बाप रे,
d5,
क्या
what a
कर रही
nice
हूँ मैं?
move by Wenjun.
Amazing. But with 11. अरे वही बोली ना, सब रो रही है करके, तो मेरा ध्यान उधर गया. मैंने पीसेस थोड़ी ना काउंट किए, बिकॉज जनरली पीसेस आर इक्वल.
But I said piece up.
पर मैंने सुना नहीं ना तुम्हारी बात, लाइक यूजुअल.
देखो chat. d5 is a very cool move, Amruta, because after, let's say I take with the bishop, knight e7, and then my queen can come and attack here. So this is not what you want. And if you play ed5, then my knight can wriggle out from here, let's say knight f5. So somehow it seems like Magnus is in some trouble, but you can see he's relaxed. He's taking it light. He's not worrying too much. Wenjun, on the other hand, really focused, and I mean commendable move by her.
Yeah.
She played d5.
In 1 minute. This is amazing.
And Vidit, on the other hand, has gone into quite a passive position, because remember we were talking about queen b4. He did go queen c7, rook c1, queen b8, rook c2, knight f4, bishop f1.
So he wanted the white rook to move away from e1. That's why he first provoked rook c1 and then went queen d8.
g6, a4, knight f6, a5, queen a7,
d4 पे प्रेशर तो डाल रहा है थोड़ा बहुत.
rook d8, h4, knight e4, h3, f5.
ठीक है, but you know what? Black can also go f4 and create
Yeah,
some
yeah.
kind of interesting play
This
there.
is
ऐसा
this
कुछ
is
नहीं है.
actually getting interesting, Amruta. That
Yeah,
is
it
true.
is unclear, I would say.
Because one of the things I don't want to do f4 is because after take, rook takes, there is rook c7.
7th rank. I'm somehow not getting g5. Otherwise, मजा ही आ जाएगा. If I
Yeah.
get g5, then you are in trouble. So f5 को support करो, but you don't have that time.
Meanwhile, Amruta, Magnus again finds the best moves. Yeah, this is the genius of Magnus. First knight e7, then he finds queen g4, offering a queen trade, because if you take, then after hg4 the knight is really trapped because the pawn takes away both the square. So you go knight f5, and now comes this move, boom, boom, and he is now winning. Isn't
Yeah.
he a genius? I mean, Amruta.
Yeah, he's a genius. Right now, maybe you should repeat everything again because he won't make a blunder.
No, the thing what I find is that Wenjun has to take like 15 minutes to figure this out, while Magnus takes 3 minutes. What play by Magnus Carlsen? Okay, guys, I'm not going to jinx it or anything, but
But if
just
I would
feel
get
it
a
later.
chance, I would really like to know how many neurons his brain would have.
Jordan Van Foreest is not making his move after Pragnananda gave this check. He's still thinking. What about Hari Krishna and Hans Niemann? Has Hari Krishna managed to fight back? Not really, Amruta. Since the opening,
this
it
is
seems that
little
Hari Krishna was under pressure, and Hans Niemann has continued to put him
Yes.
under lot of it. And after CB, knight c3, it seems like these pawns are going to die. Yeah,
But the material is so equal actually, and when you look at it, वो A2P weak लगता है. You feel like weak. So the assessment is very different from the real position. Like suddenly, if you give this position to anyone, count the material, count this thing, and you won't assess it as so bad for black.
right.
In fact, क्यों है? Why is it so bad for black?
Because Amruta, after knight d5, this pawn is weak, and somehow if I
And then
get
knight
here,
f6 check
you will
आके
lose
maybe
this
discovered attack.
Yeah, many things are just going wrong here. So right now, guys, the status update is that Hari Krishna is in big trouble, close to losing.
Everyone's saying Vidit blundered. Is it true?
Jan-Krzysztof Duda is under pressure against Eric Hansen. Eric Hansen playing great chess. Vidit Gujrathi not blundered. Actually, he has a fine position here. In fact, but it looks like there is some pressure. But Amruta, he has to give up his knight and get in with the queen. How easy or difficult is it? But I think it's very easy for Vidit.
Why?
Because everything else is just catastrophic.
हाँ मतलब h6 is a direct threat right now.
h6, knight e5, सब कुछ आ रहा है. So तुम मतलब when I hold a knife to your throat, you will of course
for self-defense.
fight back.
Yeah.
But if I am far away, you don't know whether I'll attack or not. So I think right now it's like a very straightforward thing.
So queen c2 को queen e6 check. How does it even work then? Like you suggesting queen c2. What happens to queen e6 check?
Now king f8.
And
you can't defend this.
Down. So you mean I have to give perpetual, but I don't even see a perpetual, Sagar. How do I give a check? Huh?
Sorry?
Where is perpetual?
No, now there's no perpetual. Basically, you have to go king h1. And I take here, and it can get really complicated. Just so that we know whether we have not missed anything. Just queen b8, king g2, rook c8. Oh, maybe he should not have exchanged, here, because I think Ding Liren missed this move, queen c2, and with it finds it.
Wow.
Not really.
No,
I think it was analysis, no?
I also think because it's very difficult to move.
Yeah.
But with it,
finds it. He found
that's
it.
amazing.
He found
Really?
it. He found it.
Wow, that is amazing.
Great defense. Takes on
So good.
e6, king f8, and as we said, guys, This was kind of forced. Vidit has
Great.
found it. Pragnananda, on the other hand, Amruta has launched an attack. Queen d4, e5. He takes on
अच्छा
e5.
यही हुआ नहीं नहीं किंग
King g8 खेला अभी.
नहीं नहीं वो किंग जी8 हुआ वो वेरिएशन है e5 नहीं खेला कि ही प्लेड किंग जी8
अच्छा वो King g8 खेला. Are you sure? No.
लाइव बोर्ड देखो ना.
हाँ यही है.
ओके
King g8 and now rook e1. Pragg, this pawn, Amruta, this guy is the hero. This guy is just cutting the board into two.
वो
हाँ मतलब
कैसे क्या वो हीरो
ये जब pawn e7 पे था, it was just not allowing somehow that space. Don't you feel that space?
तो ठीक है. If d5 was the hero, b3 was the side hero. Supporting room.
And now Amruta, he's wanting to enter here. He's going to triple here. He's going to get his knight if he takes. Fantastic play by Pragg. Let's quickly check Magnus Carlsen winning against Wenjun. Eric Hansen better against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. King f8. Ding Liren doesn't know what to do now. All of a sudden, you take a piece and then there is no check, just like how Amruta figured. No check here, no check here.
No
इधर
check here.
इधर भी चेक नहीं है. तो भाई करे क्या? हमारा ये भी मर रहा है, फिर ये भी मर रहा है. तो प्रॉब्लम ही प्रॉब्लम.
और ऊपर से 4:30 बजे है, नींद आ रही है. क्या
So he goes king h2, queen f2, bg2, queen g3, king g1, queen f2, king h2, and
और
with it
बेचैन होने वाला है.
might draw, but he's not very happy. I don't know why.
या
Oh, by the way, Magnus Carlsen here has won his game against Wenjun, and this is a victory for the world champion against women's world champion. And here Vidit, I think, is agreeing to a draw now with repetition. Yes, he will be slightly upset, but Amruta, on the other hand,
actually but he said
great
yeah
game.
because he would be otherwise in the pressure. So
yeah.
Nice. You see,
Ding-
Liren doesn't really switch off his camera. He just puts a paper.
Nice, smart guy. Okay, let's go to Pragg's game because Hari Krishna
My
is
diary has
still
to be
losing.
chatted and he asked शादी के बाद हरी भाई का गेम थोड़ा हिल गया है. Well, not
what?
really.
Amruta, look at this move. King g7 and Pragg now goes boom.
What?
Boom.
क्या
If you take on a7, rook here. मतलब ये जो ab3 खेला था तुमने बोला side hero turns into the main hero because it opens up the rook. Because now you take here, this is hanging. If you take here, I give a check and then I will pick this up.
क्या मूव है यार, क्या मूव है.
Very nice move, very nice. Pragnananda really playing
good.
classy chess, classy.
And the whole attention was this side, yeah, king side, and suddenly rook a7 comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I think we missed how Jorden would have reacted because it's something. हाँ, ये कहाँ से आ गया?
No, I don't think Jorden would have reacted anything like that.
No.
Because I mean it is a surprising move, but these people don't emote so much. Some players, I don't think Jorden is one of those who does too many
Expression.
expressions. You can look at him right now. It's he's not giving away anything.
Wow. ठीक है, 1 minute for both.
Rook e8 taken, queen d6, and now अच्छा इधर तो mate है ना अभी. Queen d4 check. If you move your queen in, then rook g8 and I'll pick up your queen. Pragnananda just calculating carefully. I think he will find this easily. King g6.
Not easy to beat Jorden in this way, yeah.
Yeah, but
F5
no,
was
queen
really
d4
a
there
bad
is rook king f7. Maybe something else. Maybe rook e7 also can be thought of. Rook e7, king f8. Not again. You
Then,
can think of knight b5 or not.
Rook a1 check. Oh, mate.
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 No, right.
Almost. नहीं है क्या?
Knight e1 है, but
यार I got a chance कि तुमने मिस किया था.
oh, how about check king f7 and then rook e1 back so that you don't have any checks, and then I have knight e5 check and all. Meanwhile, Hari Krishna totally losing against Hans Niemann. You can see Hari Krishna very, very upset there. Hans Niemann so calm. He knows that if he wins this, he will go through to the quarterfinals. Most likely. Most likely. Winning. Winning here. Oh man, look at Eric Hansen's game, Amruta.
2 rooks for a queen, no? Unclear only. Let's don't miss Pragnanda's game.
Okay, Pragg goes check, king f7, queen h8, rook a1, knight e1. And now there is a mate idea like queen g8 and rook e6. No, rook e6, this is controlled, so can't do that. But queen g8, king f6 and rook f8. And look at Hans, he's beaten Hari Krishna, and that smile on his face there. He did this. He reacted with a very nice fist pump there. Hari is upset for sure, but Hans Niemann gets his much needed 3 points there.
Maybe you can remove that guy.
Now Pragnananda and Jorden. Pragg has to hunt the king, and I think he should be able to do that with queen g8 check, because if king f6 there is rook f8, if king h5 there is queen f7, and if king g4 there is queen f3, king h4 there could be rook e4,
G4.
he goes rook g8. Okay,
King H5.
oh, now Amruta, he spotted this very nice move, rook g5. You can't take because there was pinned. If you take with the king, there was knight e4 fork. Check, and there you have it. Jorden van Foreest showed that slight disappointment, and now he's shaking his head. King takes knight e4 check.
But not giving up yet.
No, but Pragg is going to win this. He has forked the king and the queen, and Jorden is going to resign pretty soon. Pragnananda will get 3 crucial points, guys. That is massive. Massive. And he might have to win the last round or draw the last round. And Pragg wins.
Tremendous game.
What a game by Pragnananda. Really. This was...
K7.
I could see some, Anand-like feel. Like a young Vishy.
Wow. मतलब पहले D5 pawn hero लगा, B3 side hero, but rook A7. Intermission के बाद कुछ और ही हो गया.
Right.
Too good.
I will analyze
Pragg
that game, Amruta, but can we go and check quickly the game of Duda and
Yeah.
Eric Hansen? I mean, whatever is going on, I just want to see a few. So, Duda. And
18 seconds versus 31 seconds. Knight f6, e5 खेलेगा इधर.
E5,
Okay, he played game G. One rook is needed on f8 all the time until f7 is attacked, and this b pawn is just going to start rolling. No, you have nothing against it. Maybe rook c2. You have to try and pressure f2, but
this rook is tied down, right? So 2 rooks.
Yeah,
are not...
2 rooks are not at
How
all.
about rook d1? I think he'll just play queens. No, yeah, queen c7, or even queen e7.
That if b pawn is just enough to convert this position. How about rook d2, b4, g4? But you just ignore that too.
Yeah.
h4 खेल दो.
Rook d4, he played, Amruta.
Oh, queen c5. The bar doesn't like it.
Well,
Or
it,
what
it
will
was
do?
suggesting this move rook here, because if you now play this, then there is this epic move check fork, and then check, and I win the rook.
Oh. Queen c5, rook d3.
Rook d8.
Oh, that rook is kind of getting some breathing space, it seems.
Yeah, but now next again, if he attacks, then he has to go back.
Rook f8, b5 को rook b3. So you are able to stop at least b5 tak. And then you can keep your rook on b4 because there it will be protected. So for black, actually, with his rook on b4, everything will be protected. And then white has to
Draw maybe, yeah.
fortress or my goodness.
Unless he manages to break through from the other side with h4. The leader of the tournament, Quang Liem, is once again winning against David Navara. It's a big result, Amruta. While Richard Rapport and Gavin Jones is ending in a draw, Lei Tingyi versus Anton David Anton is winning this game. Yeah, these are the games that are going on, but this is quite an interesting game. Hey, Amruta, I think knight f5 is the move that he should play.
Knight?
Knight f5, ef5, queen d5. I mean, he could have won.
Double
He goes
rook.
queen d1.
Huh? Hey, what about rook goes to 7th rank somehow and then 93 check and all the ideas?
Yeah.
Oh, still there is knight f5. क्या
What
rook b2?
if you go
नहीं, this
here?
तो b3 मर रहा है. b3 मर रहा है. b3 मर
Oh,
रहा है.
sorry. If you go rook b2 or rook a3. But
Oh,
now queen
blunder.
h5, what's the point? How are you planning to defend?
No, he didn't plan that ना. Blunder हो गया उसका.
Duda is like, oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah. But rook a7? Still, what's the problem? Rook a7?
98. Shit. This guy's playing crazy chess.
Suddenly यहाँ पे हो गया ना because
Yeah,
king side पे सोच ही नहीं
now
रहे थे.
it's like this pawn,
GH.
queen, knight is just. Yes, Pragg has great chances to qualify. Take. Now queen. Check on g4. Okay. We go king h7. Oh, look at Duda there.
He's so upset because I think he was in top 8, right? But now he may be risking it. He may go out.
Yeah.
Then this is a big loss for him.
Right.
Oh my god. Queen e4.
But it's not so clear because although all pieces are loosely placed, none of them is falling in with a check.
Wow. Actually, this position practically is very complicated, especially for playing in 10 and 15 seconds.
Very, very. Look at Eric. He's gone down to 2 seconds. Check here.
Acha.
Just 10 seconds left. Queen h4.
Rook b4 खेल दो. Queen d8 maybe. One of the rook has to. What if white gets knight e4 and knight f6? Still not because I'll just.
Yeah, this covers this.
Depends where black king is located. Yeah, rook b4 is good, but knight e4 अभी आ सकता है ना?
Knight
e4.
Yeah, queen h5. Yeah, just doing the queen position.
Rook f4 खेलना है क्या?
Eric Hansen.
Rook f4.
Yeah, nice move.
नहीं b6. b6.
Oh, b6. Amruta, very quick to spot all these moves because if knight takes b6, then gf4. You can't take the rook because of knight f4 and a fork.
अभी क्या rook f4 शो पीस हो गया ना? कुछ भी थ्रेट नहीं था. वापस rook b4 we have to go.
It's still not easy to take it because this would come with a check.
Rook b4 because b6 was the threat. Now that the queen has come back. 13 seconds. Wow, this game is so interesting right now.
Check. King g8, king c8.
The king should come to e7, na? Or are you worried about the... Oh, queen c5 is a blunder. Blunder क्यों?
Rook c7 traps the queen.
What a trap! What a trap!
And Duda is not seeing. Duda thinks he's lost.
No, he saw.
Oh,
That's
he
why
played.
he reacted. Look at Eric. This is one of the most beautiful queen trap.
Wow. And Duda actually shaking his head. He's actually upset that Eric missed it, or he's relieved that he just
he's
found
relieved.
it. He wins it.
He's relieved. Wow. अरे ऐसा सोच भी नहीं सकते क्वीन ट्रैप है. This is such a beautiful one.
Yeah, look at all the squares here, guys.
He's almost, look at him, look at Eric, like he's so damn upset, and Duda cannot believe this is happening.
Yeah, well, fortune sometimes favors the brave, but here Eric played so many good moves, but in the end, couldn't.
I mean, Rook c7, only one move, only one kind of idea where black could really win.
Yeah,
Winning is...
I mean, I was just like, wow, how did he just trap it? Unbelievable. Okay, let's have a look at the standings, Amruta, and see what has just happened. The scorecard, Quang, Liem, before the
31.
last round, is going to win this event, at least win the preliminaries. Magnus Carlsen on 28, Foreest losing. Actually, he was on top 3, Amruta. And
So in
Pragg
fact,
beat-
Pragg beat him when he was in a very good form.
Right. And Duda on number 4 position. Niemann beating Hari Krishna number 5. Ding Liren on number 6. Pragnananda on number 7. He's got in. And Pragnananda is now going to face in the...
Awesome.
Amruta, why are you doing kich kuch all the time?
Arey, that
Even
is such a
something
great
good
planning.
happens, you are doing this, and even something bad, I am not able to understand.
I'll make it easier. for you.
Anton
I'll
Guyaro,
make it easy.
he's going to face now Pragg.
Achha, last round,
Yeah.
7 and 8 are facing each other. So I
Yes.
think maybe only one of them
So
will get
Vidit has to
selected.
somehow beat Magnus in order to qualify with white pieces. Do you think Vidit can do it?
anything is possible. Yeah, why not?
Guys, the next round will start in a bit.
मजा आ गया.
It is basically Vidit having to beat Magnus and Pragnananda. I don't think he has to beat
Yeah, can
maybe
we see the standings once again? Draw भी हो जाता है अगर उसका. He's white or black, I don't know though. But
I think Pragg is
Suppose-
black.
अच्छा 31 का हो गया. So from number 4 22 है. Actually Duda, Niemann, सब लोग, everybody is in a bit of risk. I think so.
Black,
Pragnanda का draw भी हुआ तो
Pragg is
भी he has chance. मतलब can't discard. It will be very difficult to calculate. Win to 100%. Draw to I think 50-50. And if
What
he
about
loses, no
Vidit?
chance.
If he
Vidit का
wins-
भी 90. I think Vidit also has a chance if he wins. Draw नहीं, draw में तो नहीं है. So, but he has a chance if he beats Magnus, and he is white. Anything is possible. Nice.
Guys, क्या लगता है? Will Vidit Gujrathi be able to beat Magnus in the final round? What a tough challenge, yeah, to beat the world champion in order to qualify.
Anton is saying a draw is enough for Pragg because of better tie-break over David Anton. Not sure, but if that helps, then nice.
Okay, that would be huge. That would be great.
8 AM Film says, haha, love you too. Thanks for being such lovely chess hosts. Greetings from Arizona in the US.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. India is number 2 versus world number 1. It's gonna be a crazy game, says Kaustubh Kamble.
Yeah, let me put up a poll.
Yeah, सब बोल रहे poll please, poll please, poll please, poll please, poll please, poll please. Aniket 12th B says, VD, let's make some history. SK says, greetings from Bangkok.
Greetings.
Nice.
Okay.
Dave super chats and says, VD has to beat Magnus. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, I put up the poll, guys. Do put your vote in. I have 4 players in the camera right now.
And it started.
Hari Krishna is taking on Eric Hansen. That's also an interesting
And
game.
Hari is which color?
White. But Hari Krishna has no chance to qualify. Let's see. Here you can go. Matlab, the thing is, today Vidit would have come in a good mood and wanted to beat Eric Hansen, but Eric played a big game to beat Vidit, and there Vidit would have felt that his chances have now dimmed considerably. But after getting this draw against Ding Liren, I think his chances have increased in order to qualify. Because then he's calmed himself down after the loss. But beating Magnus, and Vidit has never ever beaten Magnus in any format. But now that we saw recently Pragnananda doing it, I guess even Vidit could do it. If it's a draw, no guys, then what will happen is that Vidit will reach, let's say, on 20 points, and if you see top 8 mein already 21 points pe log hai, so the draw is not going to help Vidit in any way, so he has to go all out against Magnus, and I think he must have seen the standings, so he will go all out. Pragnananda on the other hand, if he draws, he could have chances, because okay, if who's Richard Rapport playing against? That is also an important question. Richard Rapport is playing against Quang Liem. Acha, Richard Rapport doesn't have an easy round here. He's facing the leader. So Richard Rapport on 20. Yeah, maybe Pragnananda has good chances if he draws also. Because as you said, he's better tiebreak than Guyaro. So the only people who can overtake him after draw are Vidit and Rapport. And if both of them win, then maybe Pragg is out. Or even, Pragg Vidit would reach 22. So a lot of permutation combinations here. And with it getting ready for the big encounter, guys. Why is Lekong Liem playing so good? Yeah, no idea. I mean, he's playing amazing. Anurag Mishra says Pragg has a nice chance since only Rapport and Vidit out of the top 8 can overcome him. And VD Magnus and Rapport Liam doesn't seem that Pragg loses the spot. Yeah, true. I agree with you. He has great chances. Anurup Kumar says that Pragg's last game was one of the most beautiful ones played. Yeah, just till the game starts, I want to show you. D4, knight f6, c4, g6. It was the Grunfeld. And d5, h3, rook e8, rook e1, bishop f5, g4. Going all in. Bishop g5, h6, g5, bg3, f5, and f5 was, I think, a bad move. Maybe e6, breaking this pawn was an important one, because after take, bishop e5, in fact, bishop e5 straight away was also strong. But what Pragg did was nice. bishop e5, bishop h3 takes, queen d4, rook e5, and he managed to, was a boom. Great game.
गेम शुरू नहीं हुआ है. Aditya says, hello Sagar, by reach 2000 rapidchess.com. What to do further for FIDE rating?
Play in some tournaments, Aditya. There are so many tournaments that are happening. Just go to chessbase.in/calendar. You will find list of FIDE rating events that are happening. In fact, after this, there is Ahmedabad. Today, Delhi began. After that, there are so many tournaments happening in Bangalore, also in other places. I'm sure you will be able to participate.
Alok Vardhan says, Sagar sir, we need a full analysis video on Pragg's game tomorrow.
Yeah. Or maybe I'll just put, yeah, maybe I'll do that. Some are saying history in making, some are saying no chance for Vidit. What is the poll saying?
What's the poll?
Poll says Vidit. 41% Vidit wins, 36% Carlsen wins. D4 starting off by Vidit. And Carlsen is not yet here on the screen.
Oh, does it mean that Vidit will get some time advantage? No.
No, the clocks have not started. Meanwhile, till they play, we'll see what Pragnananda's opponent is playing. He went d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, e3, e6. So maybe going for the Cole system or Cole Zukertot with b3. क्या हुआ? हाँ?
कुछ नहीं हुआ.
बोलना.
नहीं. बाद में.
क्या?
अरे वो गाना था ना एक गाना था. ठीक है, आई कांट से दैट. ठीक है.
चल.
जब भी कोई लड़की देखे मेरा दिल दीवाना बोले ओले ओले.
You're saying कोले.
कोले.
Or there is this song. कोले कोले. ए अंजू आधी रात कोले कोले. I don't know. अरे कल्ले कल्ले सॉन्ग है कोई तो.
अच्छा.
अरे where is Magnus? Magnus, game has started. Okay, Magnus is coming. Okay, he's played b3. So he's played this Cole Zukertot system.
Cole Zukertot.
Guys, if you play c3, then this is just Cole. If you play b3, then it is Cole Zukertot. There was a player called Zukertot who used to play this. And I think for this, Pragnananda would have some prep. And he will equalize easily.
Yeah, Pragnananda is well prepared. But, chalo dekhte. Black say if he wins, this is very clear. But where is Magnus? That is the question. What about Hari? What's the opening? You showed d4, no?
No,
d4,
it's c4, e5.
Oh, knight c3, knight f6, e3.
Yeah.
Nice. Reverse is not yet. Let's see. Eric is thinking. Phoenix tournament is Saturday. Kya? Mehul Gohil asks. Tournament nahi? Meetup.
Not meetup. What meetup?
Meetup nahi. Sorry. It's a ChessBase India.
You
you can come and play. You have to come and play.
Learn chess. Bishop d6.
Yeah. How many of you are planning to come on Saturday? Guys. Oh, Vidit's game is started. Let's go there.
Yeah.
d4.
So d4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, bg7. He played d5, Grunfeld. Knight f3, bishop g7 has been played. Magnus Carlsen has arrived to the board. And Vidit looks focused. Magnus, what is this? What is he drinking, Amruta? Whoa, h4
I
with
was
it.
going to ask you h4 line chance hai kya? But it's a tremendous, no? Vidit doesn't generally play this line, right?
No, he plays it. It's one of his repertoire.
plays?
Yeah. But let's see if Vidit can take on Magnus's prep. c6, cd. Okay, positional chess. Bishop f4. Castles e3 now.
Amazing, h4.
No, I myself have played this line, Amruta, with white.
And
it
what
feels
do you
like-
think how it is?
Yeah, it definitely seems like white has a small edge here, mainly because in this structure, which is kind of symmetrical, the bishop on g7 is not very well placed.
But is it a weakening move like h4 in for the future?
No, sometimes you can even castle, so no problem.
Okay. Anurup Kumar says, Sagar sir, I am a PhD student in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Because of your streams, I started playing chess and it was like a stress buster. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Anurup.
Prakhar Gupta says h4, fire. अटैक सब लोग एक्साइट हो गए h4 को देख के ग्रूनफील्ड में.
Rook c1 has happened. With it just recollecting his preparation against the world champion. And now, Amruta.
Yes.
Also, let's have a look at what is up with Pragg. Okay.
bc5 के बाद bc5, yeah, you would like to take with the pawn. Of course, no?
Yeah.
So why is he thinking?
Well, even bishop takes c5 is not such a silly move.
आदित्य says आपकी वजह से 2000 हो पाया. अभी टारगेट इज एनएम नॉर्म. विश मी लक.
The best, Aditya. नहीं, NM national must.
अच्छा. Oh, we have a new member, Harshil Shah. Welcome to the backer of Indian chess.
Thank you, Harshil.
Thank you so much.
Guys, please do like the stream. Let's get the like count to.
What
How
is
much
the
is
like
it?
count?
1.3.
1.3
Let's
है.
get it to 2000 at least. Please do like the stream.
2000. Khushi Gupta says keeping myself awake for VD. ठीक है, let's see the game. Knight A5, Queen B4 जाना है सागर? Queen B4 थोड़ा slight odd, but
फिर वापस attack.
अच्छा, yeah, you don't want to repeat, of course.
How about just going queen d1?
Queen D1, yeah,
Queen
you don't want to
C2.
keep the queen on the open file on C2 maybe because bishop F5 आएगा ना. Queen C2, bishop F5. Okay. So Queen D1.
Yeah, he might play here. And now let's go to Pragg's game. Can you just help me?
Yeah, he took with the B pawn, capture towards the center here, and white played C4, the typical. Rook B8. He's already eyeing for putting some pressure here, maybe, but could also develop simply bishop B7, maybe go bishop B8 and keep this ongoing. Queen has to develop on C2. What about this knight? ये knight C3 पे या D2 पे? What do you think? Of course C3 because knight D2 would be a little bit passive all the time. If you take here, black will take and this will be the hanging pawn structure which is very dynamic in nature. So bishop rook B8. Harshil Shah says timings are worst for India China players. Yes, that is true. But they have got used to it, I believe, by now. Also, black could play A5 and keep in hand ideas of A4 or bishop A6. So this is a nice position to play from both the sides, in fact. Oops, sorry. Maybe just try to play H6 so that it's more prophylactic in nature. Right now is the threat bishop f6, queen f6, bishop h7. I doubt, because there will be too much compensation for black.
Are you happy with Pragg's position, Amruta?
Yes, I am happy. Oh, he played d4. Okay.
Because
That is...
if you take and you take
Oh, it's a blunder. Got it. Easy, guys. Easy.
take
And bishop takes h2.
Take,
That's
take.
a disco.
take hitting here.
And queen h4 and knight g4 wins.
Mate.
Clear winning. ये हो सकता नहीं.
So,
Nice move, huh? Then d4.
but Amruta, here b4 is strong. And then this is a problem. So,
But e5 है.
when
ठीक
you
है.
take, it is important to take with the knight.
So now what if
And he took with the knight.
knight d4, cd4 and b4 anyway?
No, but then what happens is that
h2 is weak.
if you go b4, here,
Greek gift. Right?
boom, bam. Yeah.
Knight g4 check. And then, yeah.
If you go back, this is over.
Yes.
While if you play king g3,
Queen g5.
maybe f5.
With the idea of queen d6 check as well. Crushing.
Wow.
Yeah, this would be crushing. What
Actually,
did he
Amruta,
play?
Pragnananda has got a... So, I'm just seeing, Pragg ने क्या किया? पहले knight इधर रखा, फिर इधर रखा, फिर bishop इधर रखा, फिर ऐसे कर दिया. Then he played b6, then he played takes, rook b8, e4. He took with the knight.
Hmm.
Then his opponent took, he took. And then he
Huh,
played...
now it's important. What did he play? His opponent, or this was
No,
it
no,
our
no. So he
analysis?
took with the bishop. Oh, he took with the bishop because he wanted the knight here for...
For h2 pawn.
yeah,
matlab.
c5 he played.
Oh, this is
Pragg went
interesting.
bishop c7.
Now b4 maybe.
Yeah, but don't you feel like after e5 or queen d5, bishop b7, black is the one who's...
I like the position for black. I mean, the double bishop seem very strong, and that bishop on b2, come on, that's gone.
Yeah. Okay,
That
let's go to
should
Vidit's
be an
game on
advantage.
Carlsen
Yes.
versus Carlsen.
Yes. Cyrus Gaming. Thank you for your super chat.
So after rook c1, Vidit's main issue is where to put his king. Because he goes b3, pushes the knight away, and now queen a3. But here was a possibility, Amruta, to take.
Queen d6.
And if you
suppose.
take queen d6, then I take. And this is a very pleasant position here, like h5. You can't take with the knight. I have knight d5. It's a very pleasant position for
Yeah.
black, for white. So he would have taken with the pawn. And,
Still h5 if you play anyway.
yeah, but now if you play h5, then after rook b8, the already idea is a5, queen a3, b4.
Oh, so the queen on, like, if black goes queen d6, it's an advantage for white because his misplaced queen gets exchanged.
Exactly. So that's the reason why here he went queen a3. And now Magnus is thinking.
What about h5 before that? Divyan Singwal asks.
Before taking
h5
on
was an interesting variation in Vidi game. Kabhi abhi kya? Queen b3.
here maybe.
So if
Yeah, it's possible to play.
it's more like those Sicilian dragons, na? Ki h5 is a possibility at many points. But यहाँ पे d5 is also pretty weak.
Well, one must commend with its fighting spirit here to go for this bold opening, but at the same time, it seems to me that Magnus has been able to play solidly and equalize out of the opening as black.
But Magnus has used time. Generally, openings, Magnus plays very fast, right? So
Yeah, but being the last round, he just is taking his time. Also, bishop f5 is now played. All those who are joining in right now, it is Magnus Carlsen versus Vidit Gujrathi, the final round of the preliminaries of the Charity Cup of the Champions Chess Tour 2022. So great event for Indians as Pragnananda looks quite close to qualifying. Also, Vidit has some outside chances if he beats Magnus, and also
Dream 11 says, I'm very glad that today is my off and also everyone is sleeping rather than telling me to sleep. Perfect time.
and Amruta, now b4 is not really a threat because knight a4 attacks the queen. So
Tell me something, when are you planning to castle? Now
I'm not sure.
or not now?
I'm not sure, but I think you should keep the option open till as long as possible. Maybe keep your king here, h5 at the right moment. So I think it's a very rich position.
Yeah. Maybe we can have a quick look at Pragnanda's game because
Yeah.
his opponent has played the move b4.
Rook e1, rook e8, b4, e5, knight d2, and now
Now white is wanting to have a blockade on e4, but can he? Because yeah, he can. Actually, he can.
what?
Knight e4 अभी आएगा, right? So the war is between central pawns and flank pawns right now.
These pawns are quite strong.
Yeah, because
but so are these.
no, but you know these pawns on d4 and e5, you can't really progress with them.
Well,
Maybe
no.
you will have to sacrifice one of the pawn. Do you want to do
Not
that?
so soon, Amruta. Just
Hmm.
we be calm and we wait for the right time to push.
But to be honest, I thought this would be way better for black to play and much easier also. But now somehow I don't think that it's so easy for black to play. Because white's pawn b5, c6, they're rolling. Whereas for black, he has to find good moves.
Yeah, but sometimes even if the pawn reaches here, it's blockaded firmly. So it's not easy to.
What do you think, guys? For whom do you like this position? Of course, I still like it for black because there is a pressure on king side.
Yeah, this one I'm sure it's better for black.
Gaurav asks, almost all of Pragg's pieces are on the last rank. So how he has a better position? That's his question.
No, I don't think.
All of his
Yeah, I don't think they are all on the last square. So
last rank.
yeah, once again. He's gone queen b6, queen b2, rook f8, castles, rook c7, and now Amrita he goes bishop e5. So knight e5 could also have been an idea with knight d3, knight c5, because here e6 has been played. Well, Vidit has 10 minutes on the clock. Amrita, he has to use it to the best of his ability if he wants to qualify to the.
Yeah. Maybe Vidit, what are the plans with Vidit is the question. E6 के बाद, if Vidit is able to get f3 g4, then this bishop is trapped, correct? What if I go knight d2 right now? Or as you suggested, this is also the plan. So if I go knight d2, rook a c8. And f3 would be a little bit bad because anyway you can always play h5 and stop g4. But you could also play knight h5 and knight g3. Oops, that would be a little bit computerish because takes g4, go knight g3, and in this situation the two pieces. Look at this, guys. Rook c3 check and there is knight e2. Sagar. ठीक है. So this is the game. Vidit has played for e6. Vidit has played a4. Wow, that's a very solid move. Very solid positional move.
Yeah,
He
and
has
also Amruta,
clearly threatened
what
bishop
about
d6.
d4? Can we ask the chat, where should the knight be moved to? Guys, where do you play here? This is a very important moment actually.
a5 बोल रहा है सब.
हाँ सच्ची इतने सारे लोगों ने मिला.
इतने सारे नहीं है. बहुत
Guys,
लोगों ने knight a to knight b1 भी
I
बोला.
tried to fool you where the knight should move, but you did not get fooled. All those who
No,
said
they got
a5.
fooled. Rishi Agarwal, Shaibi Pinoj. Oops. ध्रुव. अरे सागर किधर अभी सबका बट रहा है. ठीक है ऊपर आ रहा
It's
है.
running up.
ऋषि शाइबी ध्रुव केड़कर गौतम बी डायनेमिक्स डायनेमेट.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these are the people who found it. It was a trick question from me. a5, and the point is, if you take on c3, I take on b6. If you take on b2, I take on c7. So you take with the queen, and now not moving the knight, but bishop d6 is hanging. So
Nice move.
a4.
So a4 is a very solid move by Vidit, huh? बहुत सही है.
Yeah. He
Very
goes
nice.
knight e8.
Because bishop
Now
d6
Vidit
was a very
takes.
strong threat.
Takes.
Now Vidit is thinking.
Yeah. What about Amruta? Hari Krishna's game? Hari is better against
We have
Eric
the
Hansen.
camera.
No. And also Ding Liren and Jan-Krzysztof Duda have drawn.
Okay.
And
So I think Duda
Le
will
Quang Liem versus Rapport. Le Quang Liem is better already.
And what about Pragnananda now? Current position?
Pragnananda here after rook e8, b4, e5, knight d2, h6, rook c1, knight d5.
Okay, he's going to f4 now. That's why he had played h6.
Yeah, somehow this is the kind of position where in a must-win situation you are having enough options, so I think it's a good one.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, it's sometimes irritating that it's very drawish and then you are in a must-win situation and then you try to overstretch. यहाँ पे c3 and f4 are beautiful squares. ठीक है, this is interesting. So we have to see both these games.
Meanwhile,
ab5 with it is still thinking 7 minutes, 11 minutes.
he goes
Knight
knight
a2.
a2, and his plan is to go knight to b4. Let's see how Magnus responds here with it, trying to outmaneuver him positionally. It's never easy to do that against Magnus Carlsen, but if he manages to do it, he will be rewarded by a place in the semi-finals, on the quarterfinals. By the way, bishop g4, Amruta wants to take here.
Yeah. But you can go knight e1 right now. No, first bishop g7, king g7, because the bishop is hanging, Sagar. Not hanging, but...
Yeah.
Or do you have intermediate bishop f3?
It's okay.
Now knight e1. Sagar? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Now knight e1.
Knight e1. Why?
नहीं bishop g7 king g7 को knight e1 क्यों मतलब bishop
He
f3 you're
went
not
knight
worried.
b4. He went knight b4.
अच्छा, so bishop f3 is okay क्या? Like
Yeah, bishop f3, bishop f3.
I
Bishop
thought you wanted
e5,
the knight. Yeah, bishop e5 d5 हो रहा है इसके लिए I thought.
Yeah, but it seems okay. Also, Amruta, bishop f3.
हाँ.
I was thinking if I could take with the pawn, but okay. Bishop takes, bishop e5, d5. Where does the knight go?
Oh,
Bishop knight f5.
yeah, h4 is hanging.
H5.
This position is okay for white. Wow. I just somehow superficially thought after d5 it would be slightly bad, but not really. Very much in control.
Okay, he takes on f3, takes on f3. See with it. And Amruta, let's look at the game of
Pragnanda.
Pragg.
Bishop h7 check has happened.
So after knight d5, knight c4, knight f4, bishop h7, king f8. Pragg seems to be doing really well, no?
Because bishop h7 kind of did not improve white's position in any way. And now the plan is g6 and king g7, the bishop is getting trapped. Correct?
Yeah, in some positions that could be a very important move.
Right now that's a direct threat, g6 and king g7. So white will have to go back with his bishop. So he really did not progress. It was a waste of time.
Right.
He has to go either of.
But yeah, true.
Wow. Abhishek Sharma super chats and says, Sagar sir, hats off to you. I seriously want to start with chess, but there are many playlists available on your channel. Which one to choose?
Yeah, it depends on whether you know the rules or not. But if you don't know the rules, then you can find first the rules and then start off with basic principles of chess. With Amruta, it's a small playlist, and then you can go to Midnight Chess. Then you can go to Karan Singh Magic Chess. I mean, there are these three, and then with Biswa and Sapan. Sorry, Biswa and Vaibhav and so on. By the way, Amruta,
Yes.
after bishop f3, he took on e5, d5.
Acha, he did take,
Yeah,
yeah?
knight f5, and I don't know if h5 has been played yet.
No, he played g3. Vidit played g3.
Vidit went g3, rook a c8, king g2, and d4.
Oh,
And
d4?
by the way, this is not a good
Mugambo
move.
खुश हुआ. Let's say Bar is Mugambo. एक बार तुम नहीं थे stream पे and then we decided Bar is Mugambo. So Mugambo खुश हुआ.
But Amrita, this seems like a dangerous decision. Why? Because firstly, I can play e4, push your knight away. So let's say you go back,
Yeah.
and now I take, and I play rook d1, and I'm going to win this pawn.
How? I don't see how.
What? How? I'll take
Acha,
it.
right now it's attack. Knight c6 ko you are taking knight c6. Okay.
Maybe rook c3.
Knight c2, now knight c6. Sagar.
No, this.
Oh, blunder रहेगा. Knight c6 को knight d4.
Yeah, and this is hanging. So let's see
Rook
what with
3.
knight takes. Let's see what Vidit comes up with. He plays e4. Vidit pushes him away, and now the point is he
Wow.
takes on c7. Rook takes c7, and will he go rook d1? Because guys, Vidit has a realistic chance of getting a serious edge against Magnus Carlsen.
Sagar, how much do you think that double pawn? Even if you win the d4 pawn, still that e4 and e5 are double pawns.
Yeah,
But they do take away some critical squares of black knight for sure.
some and many. Actually, both the knights are very unhappy with both the pawns. So Vidit seems to be better. At the same time, Pragnananda also is better in this position, Amruta. He goes check king f8 and d3. And now
f5 खेलो. अरे trap नहीं है ना, bishop c6 is there.
yeah,
And then e5 will be hanging. So f5 would be a mistake.
yeah, f5 not a good move. By the way, after this, Vidit went rook a1, queen to c5.
Knight a6 को queen c3 है.
Oh, knight a6. There is a fork, but queen c3 is there. Another way of playing here, Amruta, is knight d3, attacking the queen, defending the pawn.
Queen c3 anyway.
Queen, that's happened. Queen
Happened, yeah.
c3, yeah. And now Vidit has to maintain the queens. Wow.
But this is really this edge. Where is it? Why is this edge?
It's because the
Nah.
knights have no squares.
Okay, it's the piece activity. So until
And
it's very dynamic.
remember, if I
Hmm.
can get h5 and
Hmm.
later swing the queen over there and the rook swings to h1, that could be a good attack.
Whoa. Wow, we have 2,500 people watching this with it last round with it versus Magnus and
Guys, the thing is about these positions, as Amruta says, the edge is so small that sometimes just a small mistake can reduce the advantage. And there you have Vidit pushing in. Now, will Magnus take on h5?
looks ugly, no? To take.
Yes, but if you take Amruta and I take back with the bishop,
Yeah.
you can offer a trade with rook a7 and hope for some trades there. But yeah,
Magnus won't play that. I feel Magnus won't play. What do you think? Will he? But if Magnus doesn't play that, then maybe that's the best way, right?
well, what did he do? He played directly rook a7.
Yes.
So Vidit took knight takes, and can Vidit play queen a2? That would give him entry down the a file. I think so. That is possible. Amruta. Also, h6
Queen
is an
a2 is
interesting
difficult, huh?
idea.
Queen a2 because queen d3, queen a7, and then you are worried about the d pawn passer as well.
Yeah,
So bishop e2, see, practically it is a little scary there.
true. That was right. Amruta was right. But this here, and then queen c3 with the idea of pushing. Yeah, it was not even.
Hmm. What was happening? Why was
Oh,
it such an
Amruta,
edge?
there was an intermediate check. And
Huh?
then after king g8,
Oh,
queen e7. It was not
oh.
even that I take
Queen
this.
a7 मारना ही नहीं है. This is beautiful.
Mhm. So that was the key point.
So it
But
was
now,
important to think at that point कि कुछ तो रहेगा.
yeah.
Tough था. b4.
So after knight c6, queen a2, knight c7, queen a3, b4, Magnus is back in the game. Queen a4, king e7, and it can also so happen that this might be a position where white may get into trouble because this is weak, this
Yes.
is weak.
Once the knights are activated for black, then it could be anything. That's what the edge was more
Oh.
about dynamic play, Sagar.
But he has fixed the h7 pawn somehow, just if the queen can get there. It's not over. It's not over. Vidit is fighting hard.
Let's have a quick look at Pragnanda's game as well because if he wins, it's 100%
Yeah.
sure thing that he qualifies. F5 has been played.
Good move. F5. Pragg is still using all his pieces so well. His exchange up as well, Amruta. If you see, he's doing well.
So अभी e4 भी आ रहा है. That is kind of crushing. अरे king c8 पे how did it reach?
Yeah, the thing is that the knights are taking away all the squares.
And white queen is unable to move, no? Right now b3 is all constantly weak. So how to?
Maybe one idea is to go here, here, and here. He goes queen a2.
Aki channel says Sagar bhai eagerly waiting for the endgame series to resume. Endgames mostly हार रहे हम. We need to. Either of the piece has to get activated, Sagar. Because look, the bishop on f1 defending, queen on a2 defending, knight on d3 defending. You need to be active.
Yeah, but
Kaise?
then
How?
this is a weak pawn which you have to take care of.
Can you start something like queen on c3 is very dominating. Can you start
Yeah.
something like knight f4, knight h3, knight g5? Or that d pawn will be crushing. e5 is also hanging. Not
Somehow
easy.
these two knights are so powerful and not letting. By the way, Vidit wants to get in from
Yeah,
this
but
side.
queen b3? He was not worried about queen. Ah, knight c5.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why he got queen e2.
So king e7 now he played, and now
Queen f3 played.
Goes queen g4 now.
Now queen g5 is a check threat. Queen b3 मारा तो अभी क्या करोगे? No, Magnus is playing safe.
Check and somehow in trouble.
No, he played queen takes b3.
Yeah, this is the position.
Suraj Subravati, thank you for the super chat. He says so much exciting chess all around of varying levels of accuracy. And the common denominator is CBI. Amazing to see. By the way, is it just me or does Biswa look a bit like Levon with the new glasses?
Yeah,
huh?
Little bit.
You agree, yeah?
Oh, they are drawing the game, Amruta. I think Vidit has a decision to make here whether to draw or not, because Magnus is okay with a draw, but Vidit is not. For Vidit, it's a must-win situation, but that's a very bad situation to be in with Magnus, where you have to win in a drawish position. It could also mean that you would lose the game. So we can say already that the objective result of this game would be a draw. But now Vidit will stretch, because, and also time-wise, Amruta, look at Magnus has 8 extra minutes.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
How relaxed he's sitting, just see na. He's like
Because he's already qualified, no?
like that throne pay, and he's wearing a jeans. Usually he wears formals, you know.
Pragnananda is just has to make use of his material advantage. Because also this e5 pawn has been well organized to.
Okay, Sagar, last few minutes. Come on, bring on the energy.
Yeah, queen b2, he goes bishop a4, attacking the rook. Pragnananda is now better for sure. He's an exchange up. He's attacking the rook. If the rook moves, he can bring the rook to the d file. These pawns are strong, but they are all nicely blockaded. On the other hand, Vidit Gujrathi has gone full throttle in. He says, okay, Magnus, if you want this pawn, go take it. But that will mean I'll get my chances. So let's say, for example, you take here, knight c5 is already winning the game because of the e6 pawn also hanging. So Magnus not going to take that. Magnus might go knight a5 now, trying to put pressure on the b3 pawn. Amruta, this might end really bad for Vidit, but I'm proud of him that he's trying to win. Because at the end of the day, that is all that matters. Not that, you make a draw with Magnus, but you don't qualify. That's not the aim in this tournament.
But he should have something to try out. Otherwise, I mean,
no, I'm sure there is something, some or the other thing he can try. He goes knight c1. And now what does Magnus do? Because, yeah, he goes queen c5, which is the best move. That's the problem with Magnus. He keeps making good moves.
Yeah, 93. But couldn't you go bishop c4? Anyway.
He can. Meanwhile, Pragnananda after rook d1, rook d8 as to what we saw. Bishop a4, a6, queen c3, rook d8 has been played. I mean, the position is very complicated. You can't play e4, I think, because after the queen trade, f5 becomes very weak. Knight h4, knight f5. So,
but slowly, black's pieces, each of them are active.
And I mean, if you can recapture on f6 with a piece, e4 is just very good.
Right.
Pragg has 1 minute 29 seconds. David Anton has 1 minute 34 seconds. Vidit here going in with a check after queen c5, knight d3, queen c3, queen g5, king f8. Might have repeated again. Somehow the knights are covering all the squares, Amruta, not letting me enter or do anything of that sort.
Meanwhile, Sachin says, Sagar totally a Gujju shirt today. Levon Aronian भी Gujju हो जाएगा फिर.
Bishop e2.
Yeah, once that bishop comes in the game, that's why if bishop is on c4 in the same position, white would be better, right? इसमें सिर्फ bishop c4 पे होता था तो. So I was. Oh, और एक chance है. If black tries to move the queen elsewhere, then there is bishop g4 with some tactical ideas. Okay. There is absolutely no entry. So this is very hard to really
Yeah.
convert. ये शायद से draw होने वाला है.
Most likely.
Maybe we should right now stick with Pragnanda's game because
Pragg is going like pushing his pawns.
Yeah.
He's not afraid that he needs only a draw.
but it
He's
is
like-
getting super complicated with 25 seconds and oh king g7 he can even make a mistake. What? Why?
G4, G4, G4.
f5 square पे आ गया, right? It's all about the f5 square.
G4. But okay, if
g4 bishop d7.
No,
ठीक
if
है,
I
takes.
take, then at G4 and this bishop controls the knight.
And now knight f5 check is the threat. But what if I go bishop d7?
Oh, he didn't play it, Amruta. He played G3 instead of G4.
No, he played bishop e2. Yeah.
Bishop A2, rook D2, knight D2.
Bishop c6. I still don't understand white is so much better and why.
Well, the main thing is this F5 square has become weak now. And the knight is going to sit there. And that is the big problem.
Acha, so
And
g5
let's
was
quickly
a-
go to Vidit's game because it seems like Vidit seems to have got some breakthrough in. After bishop e2, Magnus took here. Vidit got his knight in. Queen c2, knight to d7 check, king g8. He goes bishop b5, queen e4. He gives up a pawn. But now Amruta, things are heating up here as well. Bishop takes,
c6,
queen takes,
c6,
and
queen
queen
e7.
e7
That
could
is
be
a strong
very
threat.
nasty with these
Very
threats on the
strong
board.
threat. How did Magnus allow this? Because he did not have to do anything like that, right? Queen takes b3 क्यों मारा?
Yeah.
Or he's not worried about it. Maybe he's not worried. He has a defense.
How? What's the defense? It doesn't seem easy to figure out, but he has 8 minutes 41 seconds to figure it out, which is a good news for him. And meanwhile, Pragnananda seems to, from all of a sudden, from a great position, has gone into something where he might be in trouble. And I think no one saw that coming, Amruta.
Because he
that
was so much better with exchange up, material be up, position be smooth.
Yeah. But now it's like the e4 pawn is weak. These pawns are very strong. There's no way to reach the white king. It looks like Pragg is losing. But after king h2, the main plan here for Vidit, let's just imagine, guys, you push the pawn. I take, you take, and I just enter here. You have to save your knight, so you go knight c7, and then I just checkmate you. So this is the big threat in the position. Can Magnus do anything about it? Because
Queen is on queen f8 is the threat, strong threat.
so you can go queen f3,
Bishop c6,
and after take, I don't take this, but I take on f2.
bishop g2 piece. Acha, okay, bishop g2.
Yeah,
Piece
if
up.
bishop g2,
Huh?
then queen e3, and
Queen
if I go
E7.
here, then take on h6 with a check. So here are
Oh,
these
nice,
little
nice
things
defense.
that Magnus has to do in order to defend. But you know, Amruta, when situation becomes dire, Magnus is able to focus and find those right moves.
But amazing, no? What Vidit has been able to get in this position in the
Yeah,
whole
I'm
game.
actually very impressed, and that too by walking on the edge. he's not landed in a bad position, which happens so very often. Meanwhile, while Magnus thinks, what is Pragnananda up to? After bishop g4, king h7, rook d8, goes bishop f1. Now maybe rook f8. Amruta, there is still some twist left, yeah? Anything can happen.
h5. Yeah, and especially when both the kings are weak, even if Pragnanda is in a bad position, still any twist can happen. That's
Yeah.
true. h4 is a threat.
By the way, Richard Rapport has a drawn position against Quang Liem.
Hmm.
And here after rook d8, bishop f1, h5, he took on e4, queen e5. You know, Amruta, with this bishop looking on this diagonal, this can never be an easy position for white also.
Yeah. And also h4 aa raha hai na? What will you do for that? h4 abhi knight g4. If now h4, there is knight g4. If queen a1 check and queen a3, then you lose g5.
Oh, he takes on e4.
Surprising.
Now queen e4.
What is his idea?
Yeah,
Oh,
if you
maybe 10 seconds. Look at Pragnanda's time.
Yeah, very little time, but now Anton is totally better because he can create two passers. With this bishop and knight, he's already 3 pawns up, 3 pawns and an exchange up. Should be close to winning. And Magnus goes.
Oh, it's a
Amruta,
bad move.
look at this move.
He wins a pawn. No, piece. He wins a piece.
Because if you take
But
here,
is it winning?
take here,
That b pawn.
and check, and you lose the queen. Did Magnus miss that? f6. Come on with it. Can you find it? Because if you take here with the knight, no, Amruta, then it's very bad. Because after, let's say, queen takes, there is queen e5 and black wins. Because forced queen trade.
Huh.
Oh, he takes with the pawn, which is also okay. But the queen takes was better. Queen takes. Oh, endgame is better for Vidit. He's piece
He's
up.
a piece up.
He's piece
He's
up.
a piece up. He can
Now
win.
go
He
here.
has chances.
Bishop a4. Bishop a4. He's winning. He's winning. He's winning. Vidit is winning.
Wow.
Vidit is winning. Vidit is focused.
Crazy.
Bishop
It's
a.
forced. No, bishop a4 is forced. Why are you thinking? One
Bishop
minute.
c2.
Come on. Oh, look at Magnus. He realizes he's so unhappy with his position. He is super unhappy.
Oh my god. Guys, I did not think that Vidit is going to win this. And it, tables have turned like anything. On one hand, Pragg was winning. Suddenly, Pragg is in trouble. He's losing here completely. While Vidit is completely winning, but Vidit is thinking about his move. He goes back knight c5. I think this position he will take care.
Hey, what about b2?
Huh?
What about b2? b2 को क्या खेलोगे?
No, b2 वो ये मारेगा f7 and knight e6
Wow,
and he'll make
b2
a
को
queen.
queen नहीं, b2 को bishop e8, b1 queen, f7 and f8 is a mate.
Sure. I said that only.
No, you said knight.
Yeah, f7, king f8, knight e6.
Oh.
So e5. But now Amruta,
But this is not easy to win, no? 3 pawns versus 4 pawns and
F4.
8 piece.
f4.
You could.
Oh,
Wait, how is it?
Magnus is very unhappy there, but Vidit has the chance of his life
Yeah,
to
and
beat the
Manasvi
world
Mishra
champion.
says, Sagar bhai, sleep vanished, VD, let's go.
Arey, his first time he will have a win against Magnus in any format. I think he's not even beaten him in Blitz, of course, in any tournament form. So
Wow. ठीक है, 4 भी खेला हुआ है. What if he loses the h6 pawn?
yeah, okay. I mean,
So EF, GF, king G6.
in the end, he might have to mate with a bishop and knight, but that's okay.
50 moves.
What about f5?
Oh, it's going to be a long game.
Yeah, he takes knight g4.
Bishop d5 check दे दो पहले.
Yeah, check seems good. Or Amruta bishop d7. So that Magnus is so upset with this. What has happened? He's like, how the hell did I reach here? And Vidit has 29 seconds. Magnus has all the time in the world, but What to do with that time? Check, king g6.
Wow.
Brings his king up. Okay, knight e5.
King
Guys, if
F4.
Vidit wins today, then we will get him on stream.
नींद वींद सब गया
नहीं
Sagar
मतलब stream yesterday also I had asked
of
him,
course.
but he had missed.
No, of course. I mean, this is.
But what about Pragg? What about Pragg? I'm very much keen that
I think he
Pragg
could
gets
also
to
hold something.
hold
kuch
somehow, but it looks so difficult this position.
The pawns on c6, b5 are like a master.
And the problem is he's losing the other side also, because if Pragg drew this, he might also have some chance.
He had chances. So if Vidit wins, he is qualifying actually, or has some chance.
I'm sure he qualifies. Yeah, win is enough.
King e3. Okay, now h7 is hanging, and you can't save it.
Yeah,
Much.
this
is
is
easier
hanging.
now.
This is hanging. No,
Because
you
I
can
thought
play king
king
g5.
Okay.
Bishop h7.
f4.
Bishop g6.
नहीं नहीं f4 check.
कब नहीं मैंने ये अच्छा
you.
first black to play. Okay, Magnus just calculating very seriously, hoping that maybe trying for some kind of a draw or something by which he can simplify. But with it so focused there. Yeah, Vidit has just 37 seconds. And if he exchanges all the pawns, there are two scenarios. One where everything is exchanged and he is left with knight and bishop. Vidit should be able to checkmate that. That shouldn't be an issue. But the other problem is if there is a knight versus bishop and knight with all pawns gone, that is a draw. So you cannot let all the pawns get traded. So let's say king g5, Amruta.
Yes.
I take bishop h7. You said f4, right?
Yeah.
f4. G takes f4. Knight takes f4. Now you can't win this pawn and also keep the knight.
Yeah.
So I move my bishop and maybe you do d2.
Yes.
Knight d2. And then like this, and then I mate you with bishop and knight. That's what could happen most likely. Wait. Here Magnus goes knight f8, knight to d4 by Vidit.
Yeah, Magnus will try to avoid as much as possible that bishop versus knight, no?
Okay, now what? Bishop c4 maybe, so that you get bishop d3 and pick this up.
Or king d3. King h6, king e3 again. King. Yeah. King e3 again.
Knight f5.
Oh, knight f5. Yeah. But if the h pawn gets exchanged with the g pawn, then it's a draw, huh?
Yeah.
So it's not easy. Or is it?
I think it is. I think it is.
With 10 seconds. Vidit has 10 seconds.
Yeah, Vidit making sure. But I think Vidit might have some nerves here because, oh, don't lose on time. Time, king e3. He makes a mistake. I think it's a draw now. It's a draw.
Oh, because he didn't take on f5. He had to take on f5.
Yeah,
Why he didn't take on f5?
I think he was worried about this.
Huh?
And then
look at him. He's so disappointed. Oh God, he understood. He's super disappointed. Look. Very disappointed.
Yeah.
Arey baapre. Too much
Oh my
disappointed.
God.
Because it was such a big opportunity to beat Magnus. I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay. Baapre, this is...
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, it's a draw. Misses his chance there. And Magnus once again proving that it's not over until it's over. Fighting till the very end. Vidit had a huge chance huge. He was piece up, but in the end, he brought his king here, which proved to be the mistake. Bishop e6, knight e6, and he just miscalculated something that after king f2, h5, h4 is just unstoppable.
He's crying, yeah, just in tears.
Yeah, well, that was his chance. I mean, more than the qualification, also beating Magnus would have been special.
Lifetime thing.
I'm sure he'll beat him someday. But as of now, Pragnananda still fighting on. And yeah, that means Vidit does not qualify after this draw. Most likely, we'll look at the scorecard. If Pragg draws, he has chance. But with these three massive pawns, looks close to impossible. But Amruta,
What?
on one hand, Vidit was winning, but somehow managed to,
Yeah,
mess it up. Same way could happen at any point with anyone. This looks done. Yeah, look at that. Because now knight of 7 is a threat.
Yeah, it's over.
Knight
Just
f7,
rook
rook
f7 is
f7,
forced.
bishop f7, bishop h6. I won't take it. There will be no steer. I'll put g5. Man, both Indian players were in with such chances. Both of them missing it.
And Magnus was so much under pressure.
Yeah, I mean,
Today he was disappointed. You could see him.
yeah, it
he
was
was
a
not
game of
liking.
emotions. Like
Yeah.
Magnus at one point was like, how did I miss this? How did I let Vidit get this position? And then Vidit then completely emotional. And I think, yeah, it made sense because he was so close. He was there. But somehow that less time and also the fact that Magnus was having so much time, to calculate all of that.
Andrew asks, does Magnus just get lucky every time?
Not really. I think Magnus is able to calculate better than his opponents. But yeah, today I guess a little bit. I mean, you have to say because he was a piece down.
Opposite colored bishop, any chance?
No, this is over because he'll just go king f7, g6, g7. It's over. And if you go king g8, I have king e7 check. I think Pragg can resign this game. g6, g7. Oh no, wait. g6 blunder. Yeah, bishop f6. Final trap.
Acha.
Final trap, yeah. And so he moves his bishop and now g6, g7. Because now if you take king takes and look at Pragg also.
Yeah.
So many emotions, guys. So chess has so many emotions. It's not those emotions of victory, but that maybe as compared to any physical sport, they are cut down by, let's say, by a magnitude of 10, but still they hit you very hard because these players generally do not have so many emotions.
No, and also because here the focus is on one player, yeah, so you can really understand those emotions and you can feel it. In fact, you feel it right now, like you feel that heartbreak.
Well played, David Anton.
But yes, and also I think it definitely goes VDOP, Pragg OP guys. They in the last round here, it was very crucial and they fought so well.
Yes.
So it's amazing. We must appreciate. I like that VD did not accept. the draw there.
Yeah, that was
And
very
it was
good,
important.
because I think it was at this point where Vidit was, moving back and forth, thinking, okay, draw or not. And then he said, okay, I'll play bishop e2. And here Magnus taking this pawn was not correct. He should have waited with something like king g8 or queen c2. The moment he took, Vidit entered, then queen c2, he gave a check, king went in, and there came bishop b5. And now check, king h2. And here Magnus freaked out, because Magnus could have defended in some way with queen f3 with the idea of queen f2. There was this plan which we discussed, Amruta,
Yeah.
that you can
How
take
was it
on
going
f2,
Huh?
then you go here, then you go here, and somehow you can't go in because h6 is hanging. But Magnus could not find this defense at all.
Because it's very difficult as well.
Yes.
And there is
But he
even
had,
there you have
no,
to
he had a lot
calculate.
of time, by the way.
Yeah.
So, but still, he got nervous and he played f6. And here, the question was, should Vidit have played queen f6? Would that have made it easier for him? Because then check, let's say king h8 or king f7. I don't know where, it's a king f7. And then this. I think this could have been similar to the game. What happened?
Yeah, here also it's better.
So he took here.
But so
Yeah.
f6 is a fine move, I think. Queen f5.
Yeah,
It's
take, and Vidit
it's
said like,
little
okay,
pawn structure mein.
piece up,
This
knight
is also
f6, knight
best.
b3,
Sup.
all okay.
F4 was again a good move.
Fp, knight g4, bishop. And here was, I think, this move could have made a huge impact, because now bishop f5 is hanging.
But king g6
And if you
here,
go king g6, I can save my pawn with e6, and then threatening e7 here. So let's say you go king here,
Yeah.
and now maybe I can play e7, king e7, and bishop. No, bishop f5, there is knight e3, sorry. So let me just be careful. First king up, and then if you go knight h6, I can go king e3. And by keeping this pawn, I think it helps. So he gave a check, king g6. Here he gave up this pawn. Bishop g8, king e3, knight f8, knight d4, king g6, king d3.
Actually, everything was okay. I mean, still, if you
Yeah, this
compare it,
move.
knight f5, this was just like a blunder. I mean,
But you know the knight f5.
why would
move,
he have rejected king e3? Let's
Yeah.
say knight
Threatening
e3.
here.
Yeah, and then knight e3, you have stopped g4, so h5.
h5, h4 is coming.
Acha. So what is the move instead of knight
Knight
e3?
d6.
And now if I go h5,
First you
in
can
the
go
same
even here,
thing.
no?
Huh?
You could even go here. It's not easy, Amruta. The main point is check. Let's say h4, bd1, king here, and g4.
Some people are saying to call VD. Do you think it's a good time to do that?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, this is not easy, na? What this variation right now you said bishop b3, correct? That is the only move.
Yeah. There were like series of only moves you had to find. So that's why I think this king takes
it's not
d3 is
easy.
not the best.
Because then you have to keep playing the only moves. What is a better move then instead of
Maybe here bishop c4.
and now king
So let's say here
g6,
king here bishop. This might be easier to win.
bishop
Then
f5.
and the bishop.
Still, एक second, don't end there. The same problem. King g5,
Yeah, but this time your bishop is closer. So.
h5. Huh, but h4 I don't need to worry anymore, right? Because of g4.
Yeah. Check coming up next.
बाप रे, काफी tough है for 15-20 seconds if you want to play. It's tough.
I don't know. I think transferring the bishop here was the easy way, but yeah. I mean, once you play this, then it's very tough.
Finding those only moves.
Okay. I mean, at some point you do start feeling like, why can't I qualify, or why this with me? Um, so I think it's the test. Yeah, I mean, because Vidit never qualified to top 8 last year in the last season. This season also, in the first event he did not. Now, no, in first event he didn't play. This event he got a very close chance. In fact, after he lost to Eric Hansen, I thought today his chance is not much, but he drew Ding Liren. Then finally he got this opportunity, which he was so close to converting.
Exactly.
And now the scorecard, guys, so that we know who are the top 8. But I think one game is still going on between Hans Niemann and Jorden van Foreest. But I don't think
That doesn't matter. Or
might
for
change.
Niemann, it might matter because he's on 22. No,
Yeah.
it also doesn't matter. Even if he loses, he's still 7th.
Yeah, because everyone else is below him. So Pragnananda, if he had drawn Amruta, he was through.
Yeah.
He was winning. He just needed a draw.
Oh my god.
And Vidit needed a win. He would have been through.
Yeah, Vidit also would have been through. So if Pragnanda would have won and Vidit also would have won.
Then Pragg would have been through, and Vidit would not have been through.
Acha. Really?
Or something like that. But
No, then maybe even Hans
Niemann,
and
yeah, what happens
it would
to
have been-
Niemann would have been important.
Yeah.
So we have Lake, Quang, Liem, Carlsen, Van Foreest, Anton, David. Oh, Anton David makes it after
Acha.
beating Pragg. Duda, Ding, Niemann, Navara. Most likely this is the list. Right.
Yeah. Oh, Niemann actually did very well.
Hari Krishna finished 13th. Vidit finished 11th. Pragg finished 10th. Everyone did something good, like Hari beat Duda. Vidit managed to beat Duda, Rapport, and Pragnananda managed to beat Van Forest, Ding Liren. So some positives to take back home for everyone. Guys, what are your thoughts?
Naughty Doggy sends a super chat and says Sagar Bhai works very hard for this tournament. It feels like ChessBase India hires passionate folks only.
What about you guys? What are your thoughts on this event? What do people say?
Yeah. Ravi Kumar Jha says the strongest people aren't always the people who win, but the people who don't give up when they lose.
Yeah.
Yes. Ganesh Arvind says Arjun still remains the only Indian to qualify for the knockout. True. Utsav says happy for Navara qualifying to top 8 in his debut. Oh, this was his debut. Will there be tiebreaker for Pragg? No. Naughty Doggy says, I feel like this tournament will be won by Liren, even though he is 6th now, unless Magnus brings back his beast years. Oh, that's a very clear thing. Ding Liren.
Sure.
Ding Liren, it's very I find it difficult because of
Yeah,
the
he has to
timing.
play
Yeah,
time, yeah.
timing is one of the big factor. A brain definitely is not accustomed. Unless Ding Liren has otherwise only changed his routine forever. Apurup Kumar says in this tournament, Pragg played amazingly well. Hard luck. Yeah, Pragnanda played. In fact, I would say everybody from Hari to Vidit to Pragnanda all had their great games in these events. Like, you can say that there were masterpieces which they created, some of them. And we did witness some nice chess for sure. Like sometimes you do play a normal tournament, it ends okay, average, and you have not even have had that great game. So that I feel.
By
Sachin
the way,
says, love VD's attitude against Magnus, going for a win in a drawish position against opponent he has never beaten.
yeah, true. I mean, I thought that at some point he might also go for a draw, but somehow he managed to, like hang in there, and he fought.
Yeah. Uh,
And we have Vidit who's joining us.
oh, maybe yeah, this is only. No, it's okay.
Yeah, I'll talk to him and
Yes.
then.
Tell him to take care. It was
Sure.
a lot of worry.
One second, guys. Just uh, new setup. So Vidit, bye.
I
Man, that was epic. That was so. You were so close.
Yeah, it was just winning.
I think your face is getting cut with it.
My face is getting what?
Face. I mean, like the camera is not cover. Like your face is incomplete. Half getting cut. Yeah, this is better.
Chance missed, yeah.
Yeah, it was. I mean, somehow you were better. Then it looked equal. Then I thought you will draw the game because it was repeating, but you decided to continue and you got your chance. And it was you created amazing chances in the entire game.
Yeah, it was such a pity. I mean, I,
Did time play a factor or in the
of
end?
course, of course. I mean, at one point I thought, okay, there's no advantage and probably I have to repeat. But then I kept trying few moves here and there, and then he allowed me this chance of bringing my knight to d7. Probably he missed my move bishop b5 or something.
Yeah, this taking on b3 maybe risky, no?
Yeah. He should not have taken that probably. And yeah, in the end, it was just winning. It was I think bishop c4 was the simplest.
Yes. Bringing the bishop on this diagonal, right?
Here also, instead of knight c5, I saw one win now. Instead of knight c5, bishop a4,
Bishop a4, b2, c.
bishop c2, king f7. And now during the game, I was only thinking of knight c5, knight a4, knight b2, but g4 here is very nice, man.
Mm-hmm. And take this.
Knight f6, just gf, f4. Whatever. Just, I mean, this bishop controls all the pawns. It was just a matter of time, of course.
Yeah, with it.
But in the end, this bishop c4 was, I think, the simplest. King d3, I played in panic and time pressure.
Like here.
Yeah. Instead of bishop d5, I think bishop d7 is also winning.
Right.
To get the bishop to
E6
f5.
maybe.
Yeah. I played bishop d5, king g6, king f3. This is still good. Bishop g8 was a good move. 6, king e3, And now there was a nice line here, king at g5, bishop h7, f4. It looks like he almost draws, but gf4, knight f4, and bishop d3, knight d3, h7.
And you queen.
Yeah, that's why he had to go knight f8.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
where I think bishop c4, right?
No, even knight d4 and then bishop c4. Just bishop c4. Once he cannot play h5, h4, it's just lost. It was just a matter of playing this move, because the rest is easy.
So here,
Yeah, just
here,
take bishop d3. I can see
bishop d3, king g5,
bishop f5.
bishop f5, h5, and when he goes h4, you have g4.
Yeah, or I can just move the bishop also, no? Because h4, then knight f3 check. Yeah, like bishop c8. Multiple ways, I think, here white must be winning.
Yeah.
So it was just a matter of playing this bishop c4 move. And if had I played that, I think I would have won and qualified.
It's like, sometimes you are so close and you have been so close on numerous occasions, and then this happens. It's never easy, but I think every time it's a little different. Like you are, like today, you were closer in a different sense, because to beat Magnus and to qualify is never easy. So
Yeah, that's why it was very special if it would have happened.
yeah.
And also, I think if it was normal point table, then also I would have qualified, apparently, like without this 3 wins or something.
Because you have less losses.
Less number of wins.
Sorry, you have less. Yeah, exactly. Less wins and less.
Number of,
Correct.
so yeah, I mean, the good thing, the positive is that like I managed to create chances when there felt like there are no chances. So
Right.
that is the positive. Against Ding also, I decided to play something fighting.
I saw that when it was d5, like you played d4 and f6, c4 e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3. You took your time. I know that you have Ragozin, you have c5, but you said okay, a6, something different.
Yeah, because for Ding, draw was good enough to just qualify, like to make 2 draws or something, and it looked like he wanted to make a draw. And for me, it was not a good result. So I tried to play ambitiously, and I got a worse position actually. But then I managed to create chances.
You missed queen b4, right? Because you could have taken on d2 before.
Yeah, but then I could have, but
then it's equal.
Yeah, it's equalish or slightly better for white in any case. In the end, I thought this queen c2, I have some chances, but yes, this king h2 move.
Yeah, but from a distance, had you seen this move?
Yeah, I had seen queen c2 and I got very excited that he missed it. But then here, instead of playing queen c2, I mean, when I was about to play queen c2, I realized he has this king h2 defense. That's why I was disappointed.
Because this is a very unique position where there are no checks in spite of the king being so open.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this
No, but the real pity was the last game too. After everything, to get a winning position and so many winning chances.
Yeah, I think both you and Pragnananda missed big time, because Pragg was plus like completely winning, and for him draw was also okay in the last game, and he also blundered and lost, and I mean he didn't qualify, so it was very close.
Yeah.
And also, like, the entire chat has hearts in the chat. I think they all realize that you played amazingly well in this tournament, because you beat Duda, you beat Rapport, you were also very close to beating Magnus.
Yeah, so I'll just take the positives from this tournament, like especially the last game, to win on demand against Magnus. is, I think, the highest challenge.
Yes,
Um,
I
and
agree.
and I'm happy that I managed to, really uh, put him under a lot of pressure, and then even come close to winning. Just the final hit was missing. So probably it's something. If I just add that little bit extra touch, then I think I have a lot of positives to take, and maybe it will help me in the future tournaments.
This is so nicely said, Vidit, and it's so good that you're taking the positives from that. And I think, guys, this is something for all of us to learn from this. It's been like what, 10 minutes or 15 minutes since your game ended, and to recover so quickly with it, that is already a great sign.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it would have been great to qualify,
No,
and
I know, I
it
understand,
has
I
it
understand.
has been like the story. Like, last year also I did not manage to make in top 8, and
Yes.
this year also it was close but not good enough. So yeah, I'm sad about that, but I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, you will get. Shashank says, hard luck, VD. We are all with you. You will surely bounce back strongly next time. And Sachin Ranade says, VD, आप आगे बढ़ो हम तुम्हारे साथ है. Great attitude to go for win against Magnus.
Yeah, that's the one thing I'm proud of. Like, it made me realize that okay, I have the potential, uh, and I have to just at least this is a good thing to know that you can, uh, against the world's best in the most high pressure situation. You can do it. uh, One thing is, I don't know why this wins. uh, Actually, in this tournament I did not miss that many winning
Mhm.
chances, to be honest.
Correct.
Only against Magnus now, and against Gawain Jones. I think only 2 games. Okay, Hans Niemann, I had chances, not winning, but I had chances. So, but it's rapid, yeah. It's not classical, so you cannot be too, like, accurate, because that's just the nature of the game. Um, in hindsight, now, if I have to think what I could have done differently in the tournament was, there were. I mean, today I had to go for a win against Eric. That's what I felt.
Yeah.
After the opening, I did not get any chance. That was just
I
brutal.
mean, Eric game was so clinical. Like he was ahead on time, and he found all these great maneuvers. Queen a5, queen d8, queen g5. I mean, it was queen f6, and I mean, it was too much. Yeah, it was a great game by him.
Yeah, I didn't get any chance. I think there were some silly chances, like against Anton Guijaro. I should have not, lost that game. Against Liem, I just collapsed from the opening actually. So in fact, I lost all 3 games with white, not with black,
Hmm.
in this tournament. So that was a bit of a strange thing because I had 8 blacks and 7 whites.
Right. And against, I mean, yesterday I found your game with Duda to be truly amazing, because that was also great, great fighting. Plus, you played against Ju when the need was, you started playing something which was uncomfortable for you, which is like the stone wall setup and all.
Yeah, it is very risky.
Yeah,
I had to go for it because I was in, the tournament situation demanded me to go for it.
yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, there's so many interesting possibilities, so many positive things to
Yeah, it's
take.
just, in this tournament, it's just like one game here and there
Yeah.
makes a big difference. Mm. But I think the second day, if I had not collapsed
Mm.
in those 2 games, the rest of the tournament I feel like would have been less pressure on me. Like a draw would have been okay on many occasions. Like against today, against Eric, I could have just played more solid and stuff like that. But yeah, it is what it is.
Yes. Yeah. True. What's next now with it? Some rest, I think, much needed break. Yeah.
Yeah, I
You need to sleep.
yeah, I mean, this tournament schedule has completely created a lot of problems for me health-wise. So
Yeah.
I need to somehow recover from it. And also, I've been playing so much chess non-stop, and I want to take a break from it now. It's been really too much. But I don't know. What would be your advice?
Yeah, I mean, break for sure. Why not? I mean, what's coming next? There's nothing
No
very,
tournaments as
yeah.
of now.
So I would say it's the best, right? To take a break and recover. Maybe there is Olympiad, of course, happening in July. That is few months away.
Yeah, it's still a lot of time
It's a lot
actually.
of time, but at least like I think that till you get that hunger back to play, I think it would be nice to just work on your health and recover, because I think what people also miss is that when you play events like Grand Prix, it's like every game. It's not. There is a difference between Vaikanzi, Tata Steel, and Grand Prix. Because in Grand Prix, it's like you have to finish in the top first. So every game, you're thinking from that perspective. Every move, every decision, almost you have to take after a point. And I think this is all very stressful, right? Because qualification, even Champions Chess Tour, after a point like today, or even yesterday, when you're preparing, you're like, I need to find. You're not playing chess just, you also have to prepare those lines which are sharp sometimes and all of that, so that takes a toll, no?
Yeah. Also, vacancy is very stressful because the time control, first of all, is very long, and it's not just playing for 5-6 hours. Before that, you prepare for like 5 hours. After the game, you check constantly. It's going on. So let's say on an average, 10 to 12 hours, you're doing intense chess, not just looking at chess or not just working, but intensely doing that. So that is 13 games. And then Grand Prix, as you said, there is this qualification pressure. So, of course, you want to give your best, so you prepare as much as you can. And then in between those two events, also, I played some online events. So that was that. And even in Champion Chess Tour, you think that it's online, you try to take it in a more relaxed attitude. But as a player, you don't want to lose. I think any player doesn't want to lose. So you want to win. And in rapid, the emotions fluctuate like so much, because sometimes you're winning, then you're suddenly losing. But I feel in this Champion Chess Tour, compared to the previous ones last year, I played much better. Um, let's say converting chances, I think it was only 2 games probably. I can say 2. Yeah, I think 2. The losses were like no blunders. I would say one move blunders. It was just more of getting outplayed sometimes. And then winning on demand, like Duda game, Rapo game, Wenjun game. So there are a lot of positives for me. But yeah, I'm just exhausted. And doesn't matter how much positive attitude you have, at one point you need those results to make you feel better. And sadly, I've not got those results. I've just maintained the status quo, but not really gone above or like according to my expectations. So that's very disheartening. And that's why I feel like less inclined to play more now, because of the results plus the fatigue.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing is the results, I mean, the major results, that is the final results. The other thing is to look at the mini results, which is like, as you said, fighting in the last round with Magnus, or let's say in Tata Steel Vaikanze, if in the last round you collapsed against Karyakin, then in the next event when you played the last round, which was, I think, the Belgrade one, right? And the last round, um, you managed to win that, right?
Which game you're talking about?
The last round, sixth round in Belgrade.
No, I drew the game against Fedosiev,
Ha. Oh,
that Petrov.
Petrov game. I mean, I remember, or maybe it was some tournament where I think either you were worse and you held in the last round, or you won a game. I don't know.
Against whom? Which tournament?
I mean, you played 2 Grand Prix, so
Yeah.
I think the first Grand Prix.
Yeah. What about that?
So I was just saying that, let's say if you did not win, like if you lost the last round in Vaikanze when you had lost the previous round, before you lost to Karyakin, you had lost the previous round, and that led to your loss in the last round. You recovered in the next event. You did that better. Like after you lost your chance to qualify, you did not collapse in the last round. I think you drew maybe, or something like that. So I think what happens at this stage, I mean, I have not experienced where you are, but because you are right up there, let's say top 20 in the world, the improvement is so incremental. Like it's always not, you cannot expect like a massive improvement, otherwise you would become like world number 1 already, or world top 3. So then these are the little things which you are looking for, right? That to fight back when, or some of the things which you did wrong, or like maybe trying for some different openings which you haven't tried before and they work sometimes. So maybe from that perspective, these last 3 months have been highly successful for you, I thought.
So I think the mini results, there are like good games,
Yes.
many good games.
Dubov game.
Yeah, Dubov, both the tournament in Berlin and that. So the thing has been that the mini games have been very good, even the first 2 wins in Belgrade. But the problem is the end result has been disappointing for me. And after one point, like okay, you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, like after a point you lose your own self-belief there. That is it going to happen or not?
Yeah, I mean, it's that image which always comes, right? That there is this guy with kind of this axe in his hand, and he's hitting kind of, and he's tired.
Yeah, but I think it's that image works well on the phone, on Instagram feed.
No, no,
When
no.
it's your own life, you have to.
No, and the thing is that he's maybe a few strikes away and the breakthrough is there. And I think everyone who doesn't get those desired results is either waiting for that to happen, or kind of shifts into something else. But I think you have to basically take a call, right? That you, because there are positive results to show. It's not like nothing. Like for example, if you didn't have like +2 in Belgrade and then a winning position against Rapport, and then you were almost going to qualify, then maybe this, it makes a lot more sense that okay, there's nothing that has changed or something like that. But because of certain results, I mean, isn't that a positive thing to look at?
Yeah, it is. As I said, this mini results, if you look at it like fraction, if you take out a fraction of it, then yes, there are good things. But in the end, the final scorecard or final cross table matters, at least to the public.
No,
So
for sure. But I mean, that is true for everything. But at the end, why do you think that happens? And I think that is something which can be fixed, right? I mean,
I mean, it's clearly not because of lack of effort, because I know that
yeah.
in these 3 events, before, during, afterwards, like I just gave everything that I had. Um, so it's not because of effort. So that is one thing. Like I did what I could do, and I don't know why this final, like coming close and not finishing off those games. Why it's not happening? It's not so simple to figure out why is it happening. Time pressure is one thing, but it's I don't know how to fix some of the issues.
Yeah, time pressure definitely, because some time has always played a big role. I think in almost all the critical games that you played in the last couple of months, you were always behind on time.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a clear sign. But the main thing is how to fix it. It's
Yeah.
easy to see that this is the issue, but why is it happening is another thing and how to fix it.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it's not like, okay, from tomorrow onwards, you start playing fast, yeah, and that's the solution. Then you will not get the good positions. So,
It's like when I was playing Eric Rosen and you were commentating and saying Sagar bhai move karo, but Sagar bhai is not finding any move in his head. So so it's like,
yeah,
yeah, I mean, of course that's not the solution to play fast, but it's it could be something which, I mean, you have hit the wall so many times, right, in your career, when you were not becoming a GM, when you were not crossing the 2700 mark, and then you have broken those barriers at every point. Maybe you were finding that tough to break, like becoming a GM was a massive I think even tougher than what you are having. It took you like what, 4 years
no, I
to.
think this is a bigger test. I feel because first of all, I don't remember that emotion so much.
I
This
I
is
was I
very
was
recent.
seeing that. I mean, that those were also very tough times because I was there around and you were missing out on GM norms, tournament after tournament, and it was like not easy.
Yeah, yeah, but I feel this one is the biggest barrier. I feel because many times I became 2740 and then again came down. So it was like going up like 2 steps forward and then 2 steps backward. Um, so this feels for me at least a bigger barrier to break, a bigger challenge. Eventually, when um, if I manage to break this barrier, it will be a good story to tell. But right now, it's a very demanding and challenging, both mentally, physically, emotionally, in all aspects.
It's maybe not the right time to ask, but does it excite you at some point that this barrier can be broken and that, the path ahead is like top 10 or top 5 in the world, or that's not very exciting?
Mm. It's nice if it happens, but I don't know how much I can still persevere. Uh, I think the thing about humans is that you always have this hope, which is a bad thing sometimes because it keeps making you try, and then you, like, let's say you have hope that okay, I might qualify, then you get +1, then the hope increases, then it becomes +2, then the hope gets really high, and then you start thinking about it, then it's +3, and you think that this is so close, and then you play a move king d3, and then the hope, because it took you from here, like it went here, and then boom, crash. That's the problem.
But
So
just tell me something, okay, with it. Like in the grander scheme of things, suppose you had beaten Magnus today. Okay, let's imagine that
in
you
grand scheme of things, all of us are going to die. So
no, not that. I mean, the grand
thing is
scheme
eventually going to matter, but
the grand scheme here is about your let's say reaching the candidates or reaching top 5 in the world, or that is the grand scheme, not the ultimate grand scheme of things, which we don't know at all what it is. But
no, we know we are all going to
okay, we
die.
are all going to die, so that is a little bit sad to think about. But the in that grand scheme of things, even if you won today with Magnus, right, it doesn't change anything because tomorrow you play, let's say, the quarterfinals. Suppose by chance you get eliminated, or maybe you even do well, but something, let's say you get eliminated. Yes, you beat Magnus, but okay, right now you've got that feeling that yes, you came this close, right? So the difference is not huge. It's like you were one move away. And this is something which has happened before, like with Magnus, but this was even closer. I remember there was this one
Bishop
Stonewall
c6.
game, yeah, Bishop C6. Then there was this one Tata Steel game where you were pawn up and you were pushing. It
No,
was
this is the third time I got winning position against
correct,
him.
correct.
Even when he played Dutch Leningrad, I had +3.
Yes. So
So
that,
I don't
but
know.
this I think was the closest because it was like then
It
now it
felt
is
like just winning.
yeah, this was just technique, yeah, at the end. So but there others, there was still some work to do. So that me but in the if it doesn't make such a huge difference, then maybe it's just you we attach too much importance to this one result, no? Then
The thing is, if it's only this one result, you can take it. But it's like you have to add it. It's like last year, 5 tournaments of CCT. Then this year, Starter Steel and 2 Group Bs. So if it's just one thing, then you don't feel it so much. But when you look at it in combined, it I adds up. That's why it's tougher to take.
yeah, yeah, no, it's for sure it's tough, and but you will have to take a
Persevere.
break. I think that's the first thing, and I think the main thing which everyone says that taking a decision right now may not be the best thing. It's better to take a break, and then after a couple, maybe a week, it when your energy is slightly restored and emotions are in check, that would be because it's the same, right? When we finish a game and we sit to analyze, we are highly emotionally charged and we come to certain wrong conclusions, but when we do it after a week, the conclusions are slightly different or maybe majorly different. So um,
Yeah, of course. But I mean, I'm not taking any decision right now.
yeah, I mean, break is the best thing, I feel. It's like you can just chill. You can come to Mumbai, and then we go to Nariman Point and then sit there and you can watch. You can see the sea. You know, Nashik does not have water, so that is no. It has, right?
It has कुंभ मेला होता है यहाँ पे.
Correct, correct. No, I mean it does not have a sea.
Millions of people come here to take a bath.
No, I not that like the sea, like the vast expanse of sea.
But there you can't take a bath. In river you can. In sea, if you try to take bath, you will drown. It's not easy.
Yeah, yeah. But so next is the there's no other tournament, right now
It's
in
so
your online.
interesting that we are always thinking of next. Like
Yes.
this just got over and next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, break is better.
Yeah. The thing is, even when we think of taking break, we think what activity to do in that break. Let's go here, let's go there. But break is never like just to stop from everything. Yeah. So I think it's very tough. Also, the thing is, I have taken on so many commitments professionally that I have to keep my word and do that. So it's very hard to even take a break. Maybe it will not be playing chess or tournaments wise, but there is like a lot of work
Like
related.
what?
Well, now I have tied up with FIDE Online Arena, so I become the brand ambassador. Then I was there's this new cool project of Immortal Chess, which is very interesting. So there is work regarding that.
What is Immortal Chess?
Yeah, so it's a very interesting platform. They are trying to make combine it with like crypto and chess, and
I
it's
saw that.
yeah. So MVL is their brand ambassador, for example, and many people, many Indians also. I think Hari is there, Adiban, Arjun, all of them. And I was not sure how it will be, but we had like an alpha test last Sunday, and it was very interesting. So, but there is of course work related to that. Then Kasparov Chess is there. Now Chess 24 because I played here, then I have some commitments to do for that. Then because I had to wear sponsor logo in this Grand Prix, I'll be doing some commentary or some stuff for FIDE as well. So there is like if you try to think of taking a break, then there is March end. My CA is going to be like, chalo bhai, chalo aao idhar. मार्च एंड है ये कैसा ये एंट्री किधर है, ये एंट्री किधर का है, ये एंट्री किधर का है, पूरा साल को 5 महीने पहले किसको किधर ट्रांसफर किया था क्या याद रहता है. अभी उसका एक एक डिटेल मंगाना पड़ेगा. वो सीए के साथ बैठो अभी मार्च एंड में.
मार्च एंड तो मार्च एंड तो सबको डर लगता है. But I hope that your manager is
What
listening to this right now, so that he can take. But okay, he cannot do commentary.
Who?
Your manager, he can
What?
take some of your tasks. He can take up. No,
That's what I realized. The business which I'm in is like I am the business.
you are the
So
product,
I'm the product which is not like I cannot outsource it.
right?
Like streaming or doing commentary, I cannot outsource and tell my manager that okay, bye karo. Even like the March end thing, like sitting with C and going through the transaction, only I'll have to do because
No, that
it's
can be
my.
outsourced, right? No, at some
But
point.
it's not a company, no, it's a personal account.
I mean, at some point you can that thing, but
Yeah,
commentary is impossible.
accounts, yeah. But I think I should outsource many of the things.
Yeah, yeah.
The only thing I have outsourced right now is editing.
Video
That's the
editing.
only thing. Video edit.
अच्छा है वो
And
तो नहीं तो if you have to edit videos now that is that is a bit too
I like editing, to be honest.
yeah I mean
Also,
doing it for fun is different from doing it every day, right? So
I realized that time is one of the biggest constraints. Like you have limited amount of time and you have a lot of ambitions. So
but also
you
if you think
sacrifice
about
something.
it, like if you are the product like in everything, then time becomes the constraint, right? But if you create products like yourself, but that's the problem with sportsmen and artists and all of that, they are the product. So at some point they have to stop taking opportunities, because everything comes with a cost. Even though the opportunity is
Opportunity cost.
beautiful, like I am sure when you took up all the opportunities they all look great, but they basically don't give you free time. That's the main thing.
Yeah, for sure. Like in a business, for example, like the team is working and you can like even the business can go on if you don't go for a week, let's say, if it's automated properly. But for example, ChessBase India streaming, only you have to do because you're the face of it. But let's say writing an article, maybe someone else can do for you. Or like editing videos, someone else can do for you. But some things, yeah, it's very hard to outsource.
Yeah,
दिखते हैं अभी क्या?
and also I think that is the thing where then you have to do only a few things. That's the main part, I
Sorry,
guess.
मतलब?
When that happens, I think you can only do a few things. Then if you do many at that point, then it becomes a bit too much to handle.
Yeah. But I think it's a problem faced by many people.
Yes.
Time constant. But the struggle of coming this close and not winning, I don't think many people face it.
No, for sure. I
That's
mean, I
unique
think
for me.
that's a very unique thing for sports players only. Because any other field, I feel, does not get that instant feedback. As I have said, instant results do not come. Like if there is a entrepreneur who goes to a meeting, after that meeting, he never realizes whether he had a good, like he did well or he didn't do well.
Yeah.
And this is the when people tell me, like some sports players come and tell me, oh, you were working so hard as an entrepreneur and all, I say that this is the factor which is the differentiating one, that when the stress comes on a sports player, it's so high at that point, that even if someone works, let's say 12 hours a day, but a sports player has to work like 4 hours in that game, it's more. That's what I've realized. And I think at the end, that feedback, oh, you lost, and it plays in your mind, and it's not easy to handle that. And I think you people
Very
have
tough.
to realize that you have to go a little easy on this, because it's so heavy.
Yeah. No, it's you rightly said the pressure and the tension is very
It's
high.
insane, because the point is people sometimes don't get, they keep on thinking about it even when they go to bed.
Yeah,
They
even
wake up.
now.
Yeah.
Even now for
Yeah.
me the game is going
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
in my head.
And somehow we have habituated such that now it's not easy to come out of that habit. Like let's say when you are young, when you're very, and you lose, and then you have got into this habit that I cannot enjoy or laugh or have fun after losing. It becomes very difficult to do it after a point, right? Because also it becomes a second nature, that you want to do well, you want to improve, you're very competitive. How to break that is, it's not easy. So
Yeah. I think as you said, this is one differentiating factor when you compare it to other work areas, that it's like, very binary. You win or you lose, and as you said, if you go to a meeting, you would not know,
Yeah.
like, was it bad or was it not good? Or let's say if you um, have a salaried profession, then you would not know. Like the bad day there is like, okay, let's say a boss scolds you or something like this.
Yeah.
But most of the days are like, very
Yes.
same, like, emotion wise. But here it's like the emotions fluctuate a lot. Also, I think to get here, you have to sacrifice many things. Like, let's say now I have to prepare, then play. So I cannot go out, do other things.
Yeah.
So a sports player, I think, requires, but I think many other professions, I think, also require a lot of sacrifice.
Yeah. The
It won't be right to
upside to it
compare.
is that you become like someone who is more popular than some other, like someone who's
No, no, no,
no,
no,
no.
no.
I
It
think
depends on the sport. Like cricket, yeah, but I think, let's say, there are many YouTubers who are, I think, more famous than chess players, for example. So I think you cannot compare.
I think the feelings which a person will have for a sports person is different from what they will have for a YouTuber, I feel.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
let's
The
say
admiration is different.
even if you have like, let's say 1/10 of them, the feelings of those 1/10 people might be different than what the feelings are there for.
Yeah, yeah. The admiration is different.
Yes.
So that is true. Uh, but yeah, it's I can't compare it in a way.
I mean, if you look at just pure numbers, like let's say, okay, what is your subscriber count? 220K or 250K, and what is the subscriber count of some famous guy? Maybe 20 million. Then that number is not, I think, the ideal representation of how many people. Then is like he's 100 times more popular than I don't think like that. I
I
think
don't know. I don't know if we can really measure it. Maybe he is. No, 20 million is like a
yes,
lot of
but
people.
but the feelings I feel are very important. I think that is an important part of a person's, because finally it's about quality as well. Yeah, it's not just quantity. Like
I think
I
it's not possible to measure that.
that's what, it's not possible doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Yeah, we can't measure. Like let's say for example, having good health right now, it's not easy to measure that you have a good health, so people basically neglect it. But it's possible to measure income, so people really go after it. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. I mean, good health, people know that feeling. Let's say that feeling when you go and impact one life, or someone gets really inspired by you, is special. I mean, when you get to know. So I think um yeah, we put too much emphasis on numbers. That's the thing which is the reason why we all run after it, and then after a point we all become, I mean, views, money, uh, points, rating, everything. Yeah, like
Yeah,
it's there and it's there
that's why
back
it's a race.
again and again, again and again. You wake up and it's just, so what to do?
Yeah, it's not like the efforts are, which is your in control, are measured, but the end result is measured. So,
Yes.
and as you said, it's very tough mentally if constantly you're in that grind, because someone else is always doing something better, and you're in that race. It can be emotionally very draining. Yeah.
I think at that point, what helps really is having a solid support system. I think it's very key aspect, but also it's very difficult to build that up for year over year. I mean, at some point, that system, like for example, I see all the top players, many of the top athletes have a good support system. Maybe that's what keeps them going through all the tough times, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, I think also in athletes, you have to make a differentiation between team sports and individual sports. because
Yeah,
team
for
scores,
sure.
let's say you have a bad day, the team might still win.
No, I'm just right now talking about individual,
Yeah,
because we are
individual
into
sports.
individual sports. So I think it's very important. Like, I mean, all the top sports players whom we might know who are popular, let's say tennis players, or have a decent, I that's what I get to see. They have a decent support system.
Actually, I
Otherwise,
saw one. You, I think, had recommended one show on Netflix. What was it? Uh,
something.
it was about this tennis player.
Yes,
One of
Marty
this guy.
Fish.
Yeah, Marty Fish. Yeah, I saw that, and it was similar. Like he had this amazing grind eventually, and he reached at, like, I think,
World
world's top.
7.
Yeah, and then he was going to play his match of life, playing Roger Federer, in Wimbledon. And just while he's going to the game,
He
he
collapsed.
has a huge panic attack,
Yeah.
and he does not play. And I think he stops playing, right?
Yes.
He goes into depression and stuff.
Yeah.
And it happens to a lot of people.
It's the irony of the thing which he was running after and he got, but he got it at a cost which he couldn't afford, basically.
Yeah,
And that's the dangerous part, right? For example, we all have certain goals and aims, and then we run after that, and then when we achieve it, and then we are like,
I can't say
was the cost?
I can't say because I've not achieved
Even
it.
if you achieve it, let's say, for example, you will pay some cost for it, and whether that would be that is something worth it or not is for you to decide, I think. And
I mean, nothing is worth it. Eventually, all of us are going to die.
that's ये तो आज का theme भी है.
But there is also this one more girl in tennis. No, I think she withdrew from some tournament citing mental health issues. I don't remember her
This
name.
one, bro, the Japanese one, or
Yeah.
and she what is her name? Osaka, I think, right?
Sorry?
Osaka, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. Naomi or
Yeah,
something.
Naomi Osaka, and she's like huge. Yeah, she's an amazing brand ambassador for so many brands all across
Really?
the world. And I mean, if you read about, again, I'm sure it came at a cost. Yeah,
Yeah. So I'm. I don't know. I'm having very mixed feelings
yeah,
right now.
yeah.
Lot of pressure, and then the disappointment at the end. Of course, positives and all are there, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Many thoughts actually.
No, I mean it's a good time to sit back and think about them and to talk it out with the people near to you, because I think it's a
But I don't
good.
think anyone can really understand it.
They can. I think they can. I think in your life you have people who can. I think so. Yeah, I mean in general, family,
No, I don't
friends.
think they they can probably sympathize, but they cannot understand.
No, but I mean they don't need to understand. You just need to discuss with them, right? At some point, and you need to talk. You need someone like how we are discussing. I don't need to understand. It's just like we talk and
I
then.
think it's I feel they can probably just try to comfort and stuff, but only the person actually who goes through it or has gone through it would know exactly what.
Okay, suppose you meet someone who's gone through it. Suppose you meet,
Yeah,
let's
then he
say,
can understand
okay,
or
go,
she can
let's
understand.
let's go. Say you find a way to meet someone, say Abhinav Bindra maybe, and go and meet him. Let's say he struggled his entire life. Finally, he won the gold medal, and you meet him and you ask him, was it worth winning the Olympic gold, something like that. And maybe his answer to you would be way different than what he would answer the press, because he knows
I
you are
think
also.
even I would prefer to have a chess player, not from other sports, because still it's different. Because chess ka jo feelings hai wo alag hota hai. Like there are some people I know, they were like very amateur, but they suddenly got interested, and they were like friends, but they got interested, and then he lost a game, and he was as upset as a 2700 would be after losing a game. So the losing in chess, like that feeling when he was just a spectator, he did not realize it's just a sport. But when he himself played, when he got into it completely, and then he lost, although for him it's a hobby, like it's not even like winning matters in his career. Still, that was very painful. And he could not stop playing until he won a game. So, that feeling, only when he went through it, he realized what it is.
Yes.
That's my point.
And in chess, I mean, you have all the people whom you want to talk to, right? You can easily talk to them.
Yeah. I can talk to them. Like I spoke to Anish after Tata Steel, for example. Didn't really help.
But I feel that
No, it helped actually.
Anish also as a player, he's still into it, right? He's also very much in the journey of his. Maybe someone who is who has
But
more
then they have
experience.
lost touch. They have lost touch.
No, but they must have gone through that, right? At some
Yeah, but
point.
they don't remember.
Like how you don't remember about your GM.
Yeah. Now it's just a story, yeah, I had this bad phase, but yeah, okay, then I managed to win. Yeah.
So the perfect person doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist. It's a inner battle. Only you can solve it yourself.
Yeah, I mean,
You try to find a person.
I mean, at the end, if you can solve it, that's great. If that is possible.
Eventually, only you can solve it. That's the thing.
But you also have, like, for example, you believe in some people with whom you can talk to, right? Who are maybe you can talk to them, I guess. No?
Yeah. I think, let's say, people who are more wise than me. Yeah, for sure.
But again, you might feel like, oh, but they don't play chess. They might be more wise than me, but not in chess. They don't know what it means to prepare Ragozin. So finally, that person also is gone. कोई भी नहीं है.
But like the thing is, first we have to identify what is the problem. No? What is the problem according to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just for you. I mean, it's clear, right? The problem is whether you should that grind which you have to restart, or you have to start another grind, or whatever it is. That's what you have to think of. And that is something which I don't want to discuss it here, because I think it is somehow it is also based on what has happened right now, and maybe it's something which needs time, fresh mind, a new chapter maybe at some point to discuss, right? Because this right now has, let's say you had won this and you come here and we are like talking, oh man, what a victory, king d bishop c4 bd3 जीत गया, kal all the best, it's just a matter of
But it was the same thing which I told you even before the tournament.
Yes,
so.
exactly. So the thing changes as such because of this loss. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't change anything.
No, because of this draw.
Draw. Sorry. Yeah, the way we are approaching it is,
Yeah.
Draw.
Yeah. So, but even before the tournament, I told you my feelings about playing chess, this stuff.
Yeah. No, I think it's worth discussing very seriously about it.
Yeah.
Because it's something which is an important, how do you say, point.
Yeah, the thing is, what action to take in the next upcoming days or months?
First, to sleep well for a few days, then to eat
Yesterday
well.
I slept at 4:15, and then it was such crazy schedules this has become. Now also it's 3 o'clock. Oh my god.
2:30, 2:40.
Yeah, it's insane. Very late. I think we all have to sleep.
We played the fourth round of the day, like every day.
Fourth round? Yeah.
आज 3 ही थे, पर एक राउंड हो गया एक बात करने का.
Yeah.
लोग बोल रहे talk to विराट कोहली.
The thing is,
एक जन बोल रहा है Vidit is upset because he drew the world champion. Sagar.
Talking to Virat Kohli will not help. The person who has kept winning, they would not know, this problems. let's say, like, I was even thinking, like, if you make a movie on Magnus, yeah, it will be a very good documentary, but in movie you need a conflict. What is his conflict? At 12, he became grandmaster. 13, he defeated Karpov. Then every tournament he played, he won. World Championship first attempt, candidates first attempt, all the World Championships after that, one. Like, where is the conflict? Like, where is the drama? Like,
I think the conflict is with himself, right? Because
I
this
mean,
is
you have
the
to
same.
create that conflict now. At least it's not visible.
No, the fact that he's running after 2900, I think it's his own conflict, right?
It's a challenge, but
No,
it's not like,
I think, as he said, like he lacked motivation to play chess.
I think it's a good place to be in, yeah. When you're tired of winning.
I think this is the point which I think you only had told me, right? Or maybe we discussed that when we see something good of others, like someone else, like the positives or his achievements, we also have to embrace his negatives or the other parts of his life which are very tough. So I mean, we can't see in isolation
Yeah,
of,
yeah,
let's
yeah,
say,
yeah,
Magnus's life, of
yeah,
all
yeah,
his world championship successes or Virat's successes.
yeah,
We
yeah.
also have to embrace what
The
might
grind,
be
what they have done,
not
or
the
the work.
grind, but even the darker parts of their life which are not known. I mean,
Yeah,
if
it for sure there
I
must be
don't
some.
think there is anyone whose darker part of life does not exist. It's impossible.
Yeah,
And they
could be.
don't just, and I don't think they say it out. And
Yeah,
so clearly, if you talk to anyone, uh,
yeah. Even in Agassi's book, he told, no.
Agassi, also, if you read Abhinav Bindra's book after he won the gold, it's there. It's all there, like
Yeah, I don't remember. I read it, but I don't remember the
shot
details.
at the
Short at history.
yeah, shot at history. And everyone, for example, I mean,
Yeah, no. आप चैट पढ़ रहे थे, कुछ सुपर चैट आए थे आपको?
सुपर चैट में एक है हर्ष शाह, थैंक यू सो मच हर्ष फॉर योर सुपर चैट. मानसवी मिश्रा कह रहे हैं, thank you Vidit for sharing the journey of a professional chess player with us. You are so talented and generous. VDOP. Yeah,
Thank you.
I think Vidit has played a huge role in giving the chess audience who started following chess an insight into what top level chess is all about, which I think was not easily accessible. And it's not even accessible even now, but he has tried his best through streaming, through his vlogs, through many different things, by sharing in many ways. Vivaswan says, how about Sagar, Samay and VD actually go on that week-long trip, a complete break from
Never
chess?
going to happen. Never going to happen.
भाई ये कर सकते हैं रे, ये ट्रिप
नहीं होगा, मुझे पता है ना.
क्यों?
Like, too many variables. Like, Samay will not pick up the phone. He will say yes, then he'll say no. Suddenly he'll remember, oh, Mamarth calling. Oh, I have to make that vlog.
वो देख रहा था गेम अभी. He messaged me when it was happening. He was saying that Bishop Knight made an incoming, ऐसे कुछ तो लिखा था उसने मैसेज में. So he was watching.
इसलिए मैसेज किया उधर ही. No, but that trip is not happening. Yeah.
Akshit Johri says, no man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river and he's not the same man. Proud of how VD has been performing. Only love.
Thank you.
And Rahul Ghosal कह रहे, Biswa and VD almost made history today. आज Biswa beat Samay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that was a good result for Biswa. Path Deshpande says, VD, you are an inspiration to all of us. We all are proud of you.
Thank you.
And Shashank says, hard luck, VD. We are all with you. You will surely bounce back next time. Yeah, I think we did.
क्या पता next time कब.
भाई अभी ये सब मत बोल यार. वही मतलब, I think the next is a short break, and
Yeah.
maybe after that maybe you will stream a bit. Yeah. No.
Don't know. I mean, at least not chess. I'll stream something, but not chess.
Prop night.
No, not prop night, not games or something. अभी तो पता नहीं, motivation नहीं है.
Technical Thursdays.
Tech Thursday.
Tech Thursdays.
Technical Gujarati था. Tech Thursday.
हाँ, टेक्निकल गुजराती था क्या?
हाँ.
अच्छा वो भी था.
There is a channel, no, Technical Guruji.
हाँ.
He is like one of highest 5
I know.
million or 10 million whatever subscribers. तो उसके ऊपर टेक्निकल गुरुजी के ऊपर टेक्निकल गुजराती उन्होंने निकाला था चैट में. चैट थोड़ी छोड़ती है भाई.
रेडिट रिव्यू करो ऐसे बोल रहा है.
Like, all these options which are coming, when I imagine myself doing that, doesn't excite me.
Yeah, I know. I've been through this. The main thing is like anything doesn't excite. That is a very dangerous
Yeah.
spot to be in.
Yeah.
And I think it's good to come out of it quickly.
Yeah.
But that is something which will happen, I'm sure. Ask VD to talk to Raja. Raja.
Why? Raja is the last person to talk about this issue.
This is something which you had thought of, right? Manasvi Mishra jo kare. Do podcasts with people that inspire you.
Yeah. I mean, I like to speak and like to discuss and learn from people. But officially podcast करना मुझे नहीं पता होगा कि नहीं. But yeah, I mean, this is something which is interesting.
Again, here is the thing, right? If you start doing podcast with these people and you want to make it good quality and all of that, it will again entail time involvement, also all the resources, and that is again something which is like another thing that you take up, kind of.
Yeah.
Which is कोई ऐसे तो नहीं होता है कि हेलो पॉडकास्ट करोगे क्या, चला आ जाओ ऐसे.
हाँ, exactly.
It doesn't work. वीडी भाई जिम जाओ, by doing workout you will feel better. क्या कर रहा है तू? 2:48 AM है, जाना पड़ेगा जिम.
Even that doesn't excite me.
मेडिटेशन कर लो.
That I'm going to do. So I'm reading this book on Buddhism. So it's, I think, teachings of Buddha. So that's giving me feeling better after reading it.
क्या नाम है?
It's by Thich Nhat Hanh, who recently passed away. He has written a lot of books. So I think this is Heart of Buddha's Teaching. I think that's the book name.
बढ़िया. Maybe you can go plan धर्मशाला.
I've been to Dharamshala. पर वहाँ पे it's
खेला था नेशनल बी खेला था.
हाँ नेशनल बी वो जीता था.
You had won. हाँ.
बहुत टाइम हो गया.
2014.
Yeah. But वहाँ पे जाके कुछ फायदा नहीं है इससे. It's not like कि you're going to get training or something like that.
You can, I think, at some point, no? I mean,
Yeah, you have to go to these monasteries and you have to stay there.
हाँ, सब बोल रहे कि अभी यही बचा है, VDGF रिवील.
तुम लोगों के लिए एक्साइटिंग, मेरे लिए एक्साइटिंग
तेरे लिए तो हो जाएगा फिर एक्साइटिंग.
क्या कैसे?
लास्ट ये आया है कि अब सो जाओ भाई, ऐसे बोल रहे.
That is also not exciting.
अच्छा, विदित को चाहिए कुछ एक्साइटिंग. अमृता कुछ एक्साइटिंग चाहिए. अमृता इधर आई है, ऐसे लुक दे रही है क्या चल रहा है करके.
अभी आपको सोना पड़ेगा शायर में, नहीं तो आपका पिटाई हो जाएगा.
पिटाई रिव्यू. अमृता बोल रही थी कि गेम के बीच में तो सो रहे थे, अब क्या हो गया.
सो जाओ अभी सो जाओ, नहीं तो पिटाई हो गया. चलेगा.
ठीक है भाई, थैंक्स फॉर कमिंग एंड टेक रेस्ट. बाद में बात करते.
बाय बाय.
सी यू. Guys, that was Vidit here with us after his tournament. Came more like a informal interview, not official one, and we spoke more as if friends rather than me being an interviewer and him being the player. So I hope that you all had a good time today. It was great fun commentating on this event. It also shows how 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 difficult things are for a sports player. How many times little things impact. And I think for a player like Vidit or any top player, having support from external sources is very important because of the high pressure involved. And of course, there's no compulsion on anyone. Everyone has their own right to choose. But if you enjoy chess and if you like supporting our chess players, then I think they need your support the most in their tough results, because every positive result, every positive comment or every positive support is has the power to help them go on their next journey, which is actually very tough. So this is my suggestion to all of you who are watching this, around 800 odd people right now, that try to be positive in whatever you do, because it impacts at the end of the day. Until then, guys, take care. Bye bye. I'll see you all tomorrow for COB and then more streams later. Take care.